C1259 Catching Up. Chapter 1259 Catching Up. 1259 Catching Up. What? You actually went back to the ancient dragon city? Wang Xiuying was greatly surprised when she heard this. Yuan nodded. Unfortunately, it wasn't as relaxing as when we last visited, as I had to stop an invasion against the Shi family. And he proceeded to recall the short war between the Azure Dragon family and the Shi family. Unbelievable, to think such a thing could happen in that place. Wang Xiuying sighed. In the end, she merely decided to follow me to the outside world, so we're traveling together now. The Dragon Princess, huh? I truly didn't expect that, Yuan nodded. Then we encountered the exile after coming out of the Nameless Emperor's tomb. After a brief silence, he continued, now then, why don't you all share your adventures? I spent most of my time improving my cultivation, Meishu began, with approximately 40% spent in and the remaining 60% right here. Xiaosheng nodded, same here, but I split my time between the two equally, spending half of my time in and the other half training out here. Wang Ming then said, I spent most of my time in until I became an inner court disciple in the Formless Sword Academy. After that, I spent most of my time training with the Lord. I also became an inner court disciple at the Heavenly Academy. Wang Bingbing said. In the end, everyone who remained in the second heaven to join a sect managed to become an inner court disciple. Wang Xiuying, who was the last to share her experience, revealed, I've attained the status of core disciple within my sect, and my name has gained some recognition even beyond its boundaries. Nevertheless, due to spending the majority of my time in, I've only reached the peak of Spirit Master here, making me the only one who hasn't reached Spirit Grandmaster. Ahem. Mei Feng suddenly cleared her throat and spoke, I am also a Spirit Master too, you know. But you spend most of your time doing chores. If you dedicated more of your time to cultivation, you would have been a Spirit Grandmaster as well. Wang Xiuying said. My responsibilities as the caretaker of this household take precedence, even over my cultivation, Mei Feng asserted firmly. Spirit Grandmaster or not, I'm proud of everyone here, Yuan said with a smile. You've all achieved great things within half a year. If you guys keep going at this pace, you'll surpass me in no time. Nobody here is trying to surpass you, we're just trying our best to keep up and not become a burden to you. Wang Ming sighed. That's nonsense. I've already told you guys many times that I don't care if you become a burden or not, because I will never see any of you that way. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Wang Bingbing raised her hand and asked, Yuan, I have a question. What is it? After hearing so much about exiles and how much they could benefit our progress, what if we also find ourselves an exile to partner up with? I can't be the only one thinking about this, right? Wang Bingbing looked around the table. Indeed, some of them have thought about getting their own exile and were waiting for the right time to bring it up. That time was now. Wu Zhao spoke next, I was also thinking about it. Me too, said Liang. Hearing their question, Yuan could only sigh. Unfortunately, even though having an exile comes with a lot of benefits, I don't think you'll be able to ignore the cons. As you all know already, exiles are criminals that have been banished from the 9 heavens, and they are not your average criminals either. Even though my exile, Xiaohua, is a good girl and definitely doesn't deserve to bear that label, I must admit that I got extremely lucky with her as my partner. However, I can't guarantee that you guys will have the same luck. Of course, I am not saying that you should not partner up with one. If you happen to come across an exile like Xiaohua, you should definitely partner up. However, exiles like Xiaohua are few and far between, this I am willing to bet a fortune on. That makes sense. I definitely wouldn't want a criminal by my side even if they come with a lot of benefits. Wang Bingbing nodded in agreement. And they are not your run-of-the-mill criminals. Wang Ming added, for them to have faced banishment from the 9 heavens, their transgressions must have been of a truly heinous nature. Li Jinxi chimed in, saying, why would we even require assistance from an exile when we already have someone like Yuan with us? Wang Bingbing was momentarily at a loss for words, but as she contemplated Li Jinxi's statement, she came to recognize her own shortcomings. You are absolutely right. Forget I even suggested such a thing, she sighed. Yuan shook his head and said, there's no need for that. If you encounter an exile who isn't a bloodthirsty criminal, you should work together with them since they could really help you out. In fact, I encourage it. If I hadn't met Xiaohua, I don't think I would have made it to where I am currently. If you say that, I have another question. Hong Xiuquan raised his hand and proceeded to ask, how can we tell if someone is an exile or not? Exiles have a unique aura to them, but I don't think you'll be able to tell the difference until you encounter one. However, they will most likely tell you themselves, as they need a partner to participate in the Supreme Heaven's legacy, which is another way to tell if someone is an exile or not since they all have that legacy. And he added, this is purely speculation, but I think exiles are mostly found in seclusive areas, as they're akin to hidden quests and dungeons, so you won't find them hanging around in a busy city or anything like that. I see, thanks. I will keep that in mind. Hong Xiuquan said. Any more questions before we call it a night? Yuan asked. And for the next several minutes, he answered any questions the others threw at him. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1260 A 100 Years. Chapter 1260 A 100 Years 1260 A 100 Years, so how long are you going to stay out here this time? Li Jinsi asked Yuan. I will take a break for the next 2 weeks at the very least, he said. Good. I want you to see my progress. Li Jinsi then said. Me too. Wang Ming added. The others also expressed their desire for a sparring session, and Yuan readily agreed, saying, certainly. I'm quite curious to see just how effective the Lord's training has been. After spending some time answering questions, Yuan eventually ended the meeting. Okay, let's end it here today. While everyone walked towards their rooms, Yuan walked towards the entrance. Where are you going? Chu Liuxiang asked when she noticed this. I am going to visit the Lord now. I'll be back soon. Oh, okay. Then I'll see you later. Chu Liuxiang winked at him before walking away. Should I call the manager to let her know that you'll be heading there? Mei Feng suddenly asked. He nodded, please, and thanks. As Yuan left the building, Mei Feng called the manager to notify her of Yuan's plans. He's coming here now? What a pain in the ass. The manager sighed, and she continued, I'll let the Lord know. After hanging up, the manager went to see the Lord. Yuan's coming here right now. Good. I was planning on calling him tomorrow anyway. Are you going to tell him about the situation? She asked. I do. Then I'll go pick him up now. Sometime later, as Yuan approached the top of the mountain, he noticed a tall beauty standing still in the distance with a nonchalant look on her face. It's been a while, Liya. How have you been? Yuan greeted her with a smile. Don't act so friendly with me. Did you damage your soul or something during the last few months? She sneered. And I see that you haven't changed at all. Yuan chuckled, finding no offense to her attitude. Anyway, I am here to thank the Lord for his assistance. Because of him, the Demon's Sealing faction is stronger than ever. After a slight pause, he continued, of course, I am here to thank you as well, Liya. So, thank you. Seeing the bright smile on Yuan's handsome face, she subconsciously blushed. I don't need your gratitude since I am not doing this out of my goodwill. Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, something did happen, right? I'm not sure why, but my chest has been feeling a little tight since I returned, but I cannot tell what's bothering me. Liya sucked her teeth after hearing his words and mumbled under her breath, inhuman as always. Huh? Yuan looked at her with a puzzled expression. She ignored him and said, let's move already. The Lord is waiting for you. Okay. Once they arrived at the peak of the mountain, Yuan approached the cave located at the center. Halfway there, Yuan noticed a red figure coming out of the cave. Naturally, it was the Lord, but he looked a little different, weaker than before. Even his body appeared skinnier compared to half a year ago. Yuan frowned slightly after seeing the Lord's condition and immediately asked, what happened to you? Are you sick? Are you okay? It's great to see you again, Yuan. No, I am not sick, but I am also not okay. The Lord said in a weak voice. Tell me what happened. Before I do that, how was the nameless emperor's tomb? Such a place hadn't existed yet when I was still in the divine heavens. Seeing how the Lord had enough time to ask him that, Yuan figured that the situation probably wasn't as bad as he thought. Well, it's a dangerous place that has taken countless lives. Despite that, people still flock to it to acquire treasures or enlightenment. I see, sounds like a fun place. The Lord mumbled, leaving Yuan speechless. After a moment of silence, the Lord's expression turned solemn, and he spoke in a dispirited voice, I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yuan tilted his head in a questioning manner. I have failed you, failed Earth. What do you mean by that? Yuan could feel the ominous feeling in his guts rising. Do you remember about our talk last time? How there's a formation holding this world together? The Lord asked. I do. And that you're the one keeping the formation together. The Lord nodded solemnly and continued, regrettably, the protective formation is deteriorating, and I am powerless to stop it. I cannot fathom the cause of this decay, but if it persists, the formation will ultimately crumble, as will Earth and all its inhabitants. What? Yuan exclaimed in extreme shock. Wait a second. You're saying that the world is ending and you have no idea why? He asked for confirmation. There are several potential causes, but I cannot definitively identify the primary one. First and foremost, I have long been aware that I could only sustain the formation for a finite period. I have maintained it for millions of years, and my cultivation has steadily waned over time with no opportunity for replenishment. Consequently, it was merely a matter of time until my cultivation became depleted. However, with my remaining cultivation, I should have been able to keep the formation active for another 100,000 years. I don't know why, but the formation suddenly started demanding more spiritual energy to maintain, which is rapidly consuming my energy. Yuan swallowed nervously, and he proceeded to ask a question that he did not think he would ever utter. How long do we have until Earth is destroyed? At this rate, the formation will shatter in 100 years and we will all cease to exist. The Lord revealed in a grim voice. 100 years. We only have 100 years? For the first time in a very long time, Yuan could feel weakness in his body, especially his legs, as they were on the verge of giving up. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1261 Earth's Impending Destruction. Chapter 1261 Earth's Impending Destruction. 1261 Earth's Impending Destruction, 100 years. Yuan stood there in a daze, trying to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. However, the Lord had more disheartening news to convey and continued, the 100-year threshold is but the present constraint. If the formation's demand for spiritual energy were to escalate further, that limit could decrease significantly. 50 years, even 10 years, becomes a distinct possibility. Good heavens! Yuan could no longer muster any strength to stand and took a seat on the ground. Is there no way to fix this? He inquired after a brief pause. There are several approaches we can explore, the Lord replied, and he continued, the first option is to open the gate between Earth and the 9 heavens and relocate all inhabitants of this world to the 9 heavens. While this approach would ensure our survival, it would not address the plight of Earth, not to mention the colossal logistical challenges involved in transporting billions of people to a new realm. Even if we were to successfully relocate the entire population of this world, we would still confront numerous formidable challenges within the 9 heavens, the Lord continued. Questions about habitation, adaptation to the new environment, and the reception by the 9 heavens residents would all need to be addressed. You're absolutely right. Relocating everyone seems like a desperate, last resort measure at this point, Yuan sighed, acknowledging the complexity and uncertainties involved. The second approach, although even more challenging than the first, involves bringing Earth closer to the 9 heavens, where the abundant spiritual energy could assist the formation. The very necessity of the formation arises from the lack of spiritual energy in this world, the Lord explained. In fact, we probably won't even need the formation anymore at that point. This world was created through spiritual energy, so it would naturally die without it. If we move Earth back to where it once belonged, it would save the people and the world. However, the harsh reality is that achieving the relocation of Earth to its original position is an insurmountable feat for anyone in this world, the Lord concluded, emphasizing the sheer impossibility of the task. What if we asked someone from the 9 heavens to help us? Yuan asked. To undertake the colossal task of relocating this entire world without causing harm to its inhabitants or the world itself, we would need the aid of a cultivation god. I don't know the current number of cultivation gods in existence, but in the past, we could have counted them on one hand and still have fingers to spare. Even if we were to locate a cultivation god, the likelihood of them assisting us is slim to none, given that it would demand an immense amount of power to relocate this world, so much so that it could potentially weaken even a cultivation god for tens of thousands of years. One more problem with this plan. The distance between Earth and the 9 heavens is so vast that it might take over 100 years to travel here even for a cultivation god. The Lord sighed. Yuan was utterly speechless, but he was still trying his best to think of a way to save Earth. Now let's talk about the third method. The Lord suddenly said. There's more? Yuan looked at him with a hopeful gaze. The Lord nodded and said, the third method is the simplest but also very tricky. I am currently unable to replenish my spiritual energy faster than it is being consumed, so if we can find a way to recover my cultivation base, we can prolong the formation until we find another solution. What do you need? Yuan then asked. I can replenish my spiritual energy through the use of treasures or by directly absorbing it from another individual, but there is no treasure in this world that is strong enough to recover my spiritual energy, the Lord explained. Absorbing it from someone, do you mean like consuming them? Yuan swallowed nervously. What? No, not at all, the Lord clarified. I meant that someone could willingly transfer their spiritual energy to me. However, there is nobody in this world that has enough spiritual energy to help me, not even you, Yuan, unless you are at the God Ascension realm. God Ascension realm. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. Don't even think about it. Liya suddenly said, and continued, even with your talents, you won't reach that level in 1,000,000 years, much less 100 years. I wasn't thinking of anything like that, Yuan said as he opened his eyes. He looked at the Lord and asked him, I have a question. Can a soul without a body have a cultivation base? Huh? What kind of stupid question is that? Liya responded. Meanwhile, the Lord pondered for a moment before speaking. If that soul was a cultivator before they had lost their body, it is possible. However, their cultivation will continuously degrade as time passes. Why do you ask? I might be able to locate a soul with the cultivation of God Ascension and potentially bring them here, Yuan disclosed. What? Is that even possible? How do you intend to accomplish such a feat? The Lord exclaimed with excitement as he eagerly sought more details. In response to the Lord's question, Yuan retrieved his Emorian overlord. That is, a soul weapon? You don't mean to tell me. The Lord understood what Yuan was planning when he saw the soul weapon. Yup. I will find a soul at the God Ascension realm and store it inside this soul weapon, which I can transport between the 9 heavens and Earth at will. Are you insane? There's no way that's possible. Liya exclaimed. No. It might be possible. The Lord muttered in a daze, dumbfounding Liya. Are you serious? He nodded. Soul weapons have the capability to house a single soul, and since they are intricately linked to one's own soul, in theory, it should be possible to transport a soul from the 9 heavens to Earth through a soul weapon. However, the crucial question of locating the soul of a God Ascension cultivator still remains. Hell, it might even be easier to find a cultivation god. I think I know where I can find one, Yuan said. In fact, I already have someone in mind. Follow current novels on Top Novelfool. Com. C1262 The Soul of a God Ascension Realm Cultivator. Chapter 1262 The Soul of a God Ascension Realm Cultivator 1262 The Soul of a God Ascension Realm Cultivator. you know where to find a God Ascension realm soul? Are you serious? The Lord couldn't believe it even if it came from Yuan's mouth directly. Living souls are already near impossible to find, much less the soul of a cultivator who was near the pinnacle of cultivation before losing their physical form. In case you didn't know, only cultivators that have surpassed the immortal Ascension realm are able to remain in a soul-like state even after their physical body dies. Not only that, but they cannot remain in that state forever, as their soul will eventually vanish, so it must have been someone who died within the last several thousand years. Where in heaven's name are you going to find a soul like that? The Lord couldn't help but inquire. While a soul may vanish within a few thousand years in the 9 heavens, there is a unique place where souls wander for an eternity, Yuan said with a slight smile on his face. Why, you don't mean? The Lord swallowed nervously. The Shadow Realm, Yuan confirmed the Lord's suspicion. Impossible. While it may be true that souls within that place exist for an eternity, these souls have all lost their minds and are no different than evil spirits. They will try to kill you before you can even start a conversation. There's no way you would find a logical soul at the God Ascension realm there. Yuan shook his head and said, it is possible, as I have encountered 2 individuals there who were able to communicate with me. However, I am uncertain about their cultivation levels. The Lord pondered with a frown on his face. Most of the souls within the Shadow Realm are those who fought in the heavenly war of immortals and gods, or more specifically, those who fought against the Celestial Emperor and lost. Yuan tilted his head and asked, now that you mention it, didn't the evil god slay the Celestial Emperor and win the war? There are actually 2 parts to the heavenly war of immortals and gods. When the war first started, the evil god was not part of it, and the Celestial Emperor had successfully vanquished his opposers, sending them to the Shadow Realm for an eternity of suffering. After some time of peace, the heavenly war of immortals and gods started again with the evil god at the forefront this time. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. As for the Shadow Realm, the Lord elaborated, it was created by the first Celestial Emperor, who employed it as a means to instill fear in others, compelling their servitude, and as a deterrent for those contemplating opposition against him. What about the Primordial Realm? Don't they serve the same purpose? Yuan then asked. Indeed, but the Primordial Realm is much more forgiving and is meant for the living, while the Shadow Realm is intended for the deceased. However, following the demise of the first Celestial Emperor, the Shadow Realm has remained unused. Then it's decided. I will head to the Shadow Realm to find a soul who will be able to help us. Yuan said a moment later. Furthermore, he still had a quest to finish in that place. Be very careful when you're there, Yuan. The souls there are extremely powerful, especially if they've managed to survive this long. The Lord warned him. I know, but the stronger they are, the higher the possibility of them being in the God Ascension realm, right? I guess so, don't worry. We'll find a way to save Earth, Yuan reassured, his enthusiasm shining through with a comforting smile. Thank you. The Lord said. Yuan shook his head and said, no, I should be thanking you. If not for your selflessness, Earth wouldn't have existed in the first place. I'm simply striving to protect my homeland, the Lord responded. In any case, once we've restored my cultivation, we can commence our efforts to unravel the mystery behind the alteration in the formation. It might be connected to cultivation online, but I don't have any proof to back up this theory. Yuan nodded. Then before I leave, should I give you some of my spiritual energy? It may be a drop in the bucket, but if it could help you even a little. If you could. The Lord accepted his offer. Honestly, it's the reason why I started training the Demon Sealing faction, even if it won't really do much to fix the situation. Oh, I should also thank you for that. Thanks again. Yuan said as he sat before the Lord and began gathering his spiritual energy. Yuan noticed that his spiritual energy had increased significantly compared to half a year ago, even though his cultivation level hadn't changed since then. Is this because of the 9 dragon symbols? He wondered inwardly. I will be transferring my spiritual energy to you now, Yuan said a moment later. Whenever you are ready. The Lord nodded. The next moment, Yuan poured his spiritual energy into the Lord's dantian. What is this overwhelming influx of spiritual energy pouring into me? A spirit grandmaster should not possess such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. The Lord exclaimed inwardly as he was shocked by Yuan's unrealistic capacity. The quantity of spiritual energy that Yuan was channeling into the Lord was sufficient to utterly deplete the reserves of 100 spirit grandmasters in a mere moment. Furthermore, Yuan was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy almost as rapidly as he was giving it away, creating a powerful vortex around his body. What the hell are you doing? Liya was shocked by what she was witnessing. Amazing. I knew he was immensely talented, but to think it was to this extent, as expected of the immortal monarch's descendant. The Lord sighed inwardly. Once he had expended every last bit of his spiritual energy, Yuan collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his breathing labored and ragged. Truly unbelievable. The Lord thought to himself. So, was it enough to increase the limit? Yuan asked in a weak voice. The Lord shook his head, wearing a bittersweet smile. Perhaps by a few days, but that's the extent of it. Nonetheless, I'm genuinely grateful for your assistance. Unfortunately, despite the generous amount of spiritual energy Yuan had contributed to the Lord, it proved insufficient to prolong the limit by even a single month. Nevertheless, it did provide the Lord with a considerable increase in comfort and alleviated some of his weakness. C1263 Liya's True Identity. Chapter 1263 Liya's True Identity. 1263 Liya's True Identity. After resting for a few minutes, Yuan recovered enough energy to move. Then I will leave for now. The next time I see you, I should have some new information regarding the situation. Yuan said to the Lord. The Lord nodded. I will keep inspecting the formation and notify you if there are any changes. Liya, take him back to his house. The Lord said to her as Yuan made his way down the mountain. As they walked down the mountain, Yuan suddenly asked Liya, Hey, why do you hate humans? Why do you want to know? It's none of your business. Liya sneered. After a moment of silence, Yuan mumbled, Is it because humans hunted your kind in the past? What did you say? Liya halted her movements and stared at him with wide eyes. My kind. You speak as if you know about me when you don't know anything. You're a dragon, aren't you? It's faint, but I can sense it from your aura. I didn't notice it before, but after spending some more time in the ancient dragon city and encountering more dragons, I can sense it more clearly now. Of course, I also know about the war between humans and dragons. If that's the case, while I understand your hate toward humans, that happened countless years ago before divine heavens became 9 heavens. Are you actually that old? Liya's face flushed with redness after hearing his words, mostly when he called her old. How dare you? I am not even 1,000 years old. Liya exclaimed. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Seriously? You're that young? And you don't deny being a dragon? Liya clenched her teeth and murmured, You are right. I am a dragon. Then I don't understand your hatred for humans. That war ended way before you were even born. Where did your hatred come from? You don't understand anything. Liya shouted at him. Then help me understand. Yuan shouted back. Why? Why do you even care? Why wouldn't I want to help a friend who always appears to be in a sour mood? He sighed. Friend. Since when did we become friends? Liya was utterly speechless. You've helped us many times since we moved into the mountain, so it's only natural to think of you as a friend. I was only doing my job. I didn't help you because I wanted to be friends. Yuan shrugged, that kind of minor detail doesn't matter to me. And you're training my friends now. Furthermore, I'm growing weary of seeing you intentionally acting rude just to avoid human connections, pushing others away so that they won't approach you. If we're going to be working together to save this world, I want to do it as friends. However, Yuan suddenly stopped walking and turned to look at her with a serious expression. If you really hate my guts that much, then I will stop bothering you and act as though you don't exist. Liya's body quivered when she met his intense gaze, not to mention his cold words that made her feel weirdly uncomfortable. Act as though I don't exist. Liya repeated softly to herself. While it was true that she intentionally distances herself from humans to avoid their interference, hearing such a thing made her completely perplexed and unsure how to respond. If it had been anyone else in Yuan's position, Liya might have readily told them to behave as if she didn't exist without hesitation. However, it wasn't as though she liked Yuan either. In fact, he was someone she was determined to distance herself from, yet when presented with the chance to do so, she found herself unable to summon the courage to accept it. After a moment of silence, Liya muttered in a low voice, "My mother, she was hunted by humans while she was pregnant with me. After using what little strength she had left to give birth to me, she passed away from the injuries she suffered during that time." Yuan was left flabbergasted upon hearing this revelation, and he questioned, "Your mother was pregnant with you during that era? How many millions of years was she pregnant? I understand that divine beasts have lengthier gestation periods, but doesn't this seem excessively prolonged? A divine beast doesn't just require time to give birth. They also need spiritual energy, so depending on the spiritual energy in their area, their pregnancy may speed up or slow down. My mother spent most of her pregnancy on Earth, and with the trash quality spiritual energy here, her pregnancy slowed down almost to a halt. Omicron M also, her unique bloodline didn't help, as it was the bloodline with the slowest birth rates. Anyways, humans killed my father before I was born and my mother died to the injuries they inflicted on her after giving birth to me. Do you understand why I don't like humans now?" Liya stared at Yuan with a cold expression. He nodded and said, "I understand, but it doesn't change the fact that it happened millions of years ago. I won't tell you who you should hate and who you shouldn't, but hating humanity as a whole because of a few bad apples is childish." "See childish?" Liya had a baffled look on her face. "That's correct," Yuan responded. "Contrary to demons, not all humans harbor ill intentions toward you. Even in the past, only a small group of humans hunted dragons, but because of how often they hunted and their overall prowess, it seemed like most humans hunted dragons. As for nowadays, I doubt you will be able to find a single human willing to hunt a dragon on Earth." He continued, "Throughout history, countless humans have fallen victim to beasts, and such incidents persist even today. However, I don't hold animosity toward all beasts. I even consider some of them my companions, cherished friends whom I'd willingly risk my life to protect. If you still don't believe me, then I'll share with you a secret. The Lord thinks I am the immortal monarch's descendant, but in reality, I am the immortal monarch himself, his reincarnation." "You are what?" Liya's jaw dropped to the ground after hearing Yuan's reveal. C1264 Liya's Doubt. Chapter 1264 Liya's Doubt. 1264 Liya's Doubt. "You are the immortal monarch. Do you honestly expect me to believe you?" Liya asked him after snapping out of her daze. Yuan smiled and said, "Honestly? I do. But if you don't, that's fine as well. I'm sure you'll eventually believe me. Oh, I also happen to be the divine paragon, who triumphed in the war against demons and rescued humanity." As Yuan revealed one astonishing revelation after another, Liya's mind struggled to process everything, and she could even feel it burning from being shocked too much. Seeing Liya standing there in stunned silence, Yuan waved and added, "I can make my way back to the house on my own. See you later." He then turned and left, leaving Liya to collect her thoughts in solitude. Liya, in her state of bewilderment, made no effort to halt him or seek clarification regarding the astonishing revelations Yuan had disclosed. She remained rooted to the spot, her thoughts in disarray. Yuan returned to the mansion sometime later. "I've only just returned, and so many things have occurred already," he sighed wearily as he stepped back into the mansion. "Welcome back, Yuan," Feng greeted him as she stood waiting in the lobby. "Don't tell me you've been waiting for me," Yuan said with a surprised look on his face. She silently nodded before opening her mouth. "Are you okay? You seem tired." "We chatted longer than I'd expected." Yuan had pondered whether he should tell everyone about the situation the moment he returned home, but he decided to wait until the next day, as he wanted them to properly rest for the day, and they already had a gathering for that day. "You should get some rest tonight, Feng." You'll need it for tomorrow, Yuan said, being a little cryptic. Did something happen? Feng couldn't help but ask after noticing it. Yuan nodded. Yes, I'll tell you guys tomorrow. I understand. Since Yuan decided to wait until tomorrow, Feng figured that it probably wasn't anything too serious. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan had made the same mistake, only to later realize that the world was ending in less than 100 years. Good night, Yuan. Night. Yuan proceeded directly to his room, and upon opening the door, he was met with complete darkness, shrouding the room in obscurity. Did she already go to sleep? He wondered inwardly as he stepped inside the room. However, once he closed the door, Chu Luxiang's voice resounded, "Welcome back, Yuan." "Oh, I thought you went to sleep already. How could I sleep alone on your first day back? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment?" Chu Xiaosheng remarked as she switched on the lamp next to the bed, revealing her appearance. That appearance. Yuan's eyes widened when he realized Chu Xiaosheng was wearing erotic black lingerie that barely covered her body, and she even positioned her body in a seductive manner that purposefully exposed her body, almost as though she was a model for an adult magazine. Due to the whirlwind of events that had transpired earlier, Yuan wasn't initially in the mood to engage with Chu Xiaosheng. However, knowing that she had endured 6 months without him, he didn't want to let her down. Even if the world were to end tomorrow, I'll still find time to spare for my loved ones, Yuan thought to himself, recognizing the importance of cherishing the moments with those dear to him. And without any hesitation, he created a concealment formation in the room for their privacy and entered bed with Chu Xiaosheng, spending the rest of the night enveloped by pleasure and the warmth of Chu Luxiang's body. Meanwhile, when Liya returned to the peak of the mountain, she immediately went to seek the Lord. Did something happen? The Lord noticed her pale complexion and asked her. After a moment of silence, Liya asked, "Can you tell me about the immortal monarch in more detail?" The Lord immediately misunderstood her intentions and smiled, "So you're finally interested in him." Liya didn't even have the energy to refute his statement and remained silent. Lightsenville, as you're aware, the immortal monarch played a pivotal role in ending the conflict between dragons and humans. However, those accomplishments pale in comparison to his other feats, the Lord began. He not only achieved the distinction of being the first human to be accepted and respected by a supreme divine beast, but he also became the first human to ever command one. Furthermore, he didn't merely have a single supreme divine beast under his command, he had a total of 9, as well as influence over many other powerful divine beasts. The title Supreme Divine Beast is reserved for only the most powerful divine beasts at the pinnacle of their respective bloodlines. They are beings that can literally rule over an entire race. Using his connections with the supreme divine beasts and numerous other divine beasts throughout the divine heaven, the immortal monarch accomplished what was once deemed impossible: coexistence between humans and beasts. Prior to the time of the immortal monarch, humans and beasts seldom engaged in communication, and when such interactions did occur, they often escalated into deadly confrontations, not even mentioning divine beasts. The immortal monarch brought about a profound transformation in that regard. Thanks to his influence and tireless efforts, humans and beasts ceased their hostilities upon encountering each other and even began to collaborate, eventually coexisting within the same city. If it hadn't been for the immortal monarch, countless more humans and beasts would have perished in senseless conflict. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim that the immortal monarch saved both humanity and beasts, which is why he's held in such high esteem, even revered. In the entire history of the 9 heavens, at least up to the point when I departed, I don't believe anyone had as profound an impact on the world as the immortal monarch. As he spoke of the immortal monarch, the Lord's countenance bore an admiring expression, reflecting his deep reverence for the legendary figure. After a momentary pause, he went on, "Actually, one could argue that there was another individual who matched the immortal monarch's influence, the divine paragon, renowned for instilling fear in demons known for their inability to experience fear, and for rescuing the divine heavens from the demon clan. Although humans endured the greatest hardships during that era, we, the beasts, were not spared from the turmoil." Immortal monarch and the divine paragon. Liya had a perplexed look on her face, one that the Lord found challenging to interpret. Then she proceeded to ask, the divine paragon, can you tell me more about him? Sure. Although the Lord was uncertain about the reason behind Liya's interest in the divine paragon, he had a hunch that this information held significance for her. Thus, the Lord began sharing his knowledge of the divine paragon with Liya, who listened with great focus. In the end, Liya posed another question: do you think reincarnation truly exists? And if the immortal monarch and the divine paragon were to reincarnate, what kind of individuals do you think they would become? The Lord pondered for a good moment before responding. I personally believe in reincarnation, and if they were to reincarnate, I believe it would be someone like Yuan, at least that's what I hope. Liya's body trembled upon hearing the Lord's answer. I see. Thank you for your time. I'm going to get some rest now. And without explaining any further, Liya disappeared from the Lord's sight. C1265 Homeland. Chapter 1265 Homeland. 1265 Homeland. After Liya left the scene, the Lord looked at the darkened sky with a solemn expression on his face. The immortal monarch, huh? The Lord mumbled to himself, lost in thought. No matter what happens to me, I must protect Earth at all costs. This is his homeland, after all. The following day, Yuan rose from his bed early in the morning. Is it morning already? Xiaosheng mumbled in a tired voice as she slowly sat up on the bed rubbing her eyes. Yes, Yuan confirmed as he slightly lifted the curtains, allowing the early sun to shine into their room. Take your time, you'll be training with the others first. Of course, you don't need to participate if you don't have the energy, I won't blame you. Hearing his words, Xiaosheng collapsed back on the bed and said, then I'll sleep for a few more hours. If you're still training by then, I'll join you. Okay. Yuan nodded as he left the room through the balcony, before going straight to the training grounds. I thought I would be able to last the whole night after reaching Spirit Grandmaster and improving my stamina, but alas, I still have a lot of training to do. Xiaosheng released an internal sigh, closed her eyes, and swiftly drifted back into a peaceful slumber with a warm smile on her face. Shortly after Yuan arrived at the training ground, Li Jinxi showed up with an eager expression on her face. Good morning. You're early. Yuan greeted her with a bright smile. You too. Li Jinxi replied. Seeing Li Jinxi alone, Yuan couldn't help but recall his encounter with Jin Shi inside the Nameless Emperor's tomb, as well as Tian Xin's feelings for her. Yuan. What's the matter? Li Jinxi was a little startled when Yuan suddenly began tearing up. Oh, sorry. Yuan quickly noticed it and immediately wiped his eyes. Are you okay? Li Jinxi asked him in a concerned voice. Yes, I am okay. I just remembered something, that's all. You can tell me, you know. I'll tell you if you can defeat me, Yuan said with a mysterious smile. Are you sure you want to fight me while in that state? I won't hear any of your excuses if you lose. Li Jinxi said. I won't make any excuses if I lose, I promise. Yuan chuckled. Li Jinxi didn't want to waste any more time chatting and retrieved her weapon. Yuan responded by summoning the Empyrean Overlord. Come, show me how much you've grown. Yuan beckoned her with a provoking smile. Li Jinxi immediately kicked her feet, launching herself at him like a rocket. Clang! Yuan blocked her incoming strike, but Li Jinxi's strength was so immense that it pushed him back several steps. Oh. Not bad. The smile on Yuan's face widened. Li Jinxi didn't halt after the initial strike, she swiftly followed up with a second, then a third, and a fourth. Within minutes, the two of them had a flurry of exchanges, trading hundreds of blows without landing a single direct hit. Naturally, they weren't fighting with the intention to kill and were simply enjoying the spar. Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing showed up together in the midst of their spar and were greatly shocked by the intensity of their fight. The training ground was only repaired last week, and it's already being destroyed again, Wang Ming lamented aloud after seeing the condition of the training ground. Forget about that, the repairs are free, Wang Bingbing remarked, her attention on Li Jinxi's beaming smile. I swear she only ever smiles when Yuan's around, she added, as she couldn't remember seeing Li Jinxi smile once in the past 6 months. You just noticed? Wang Ming chuckled. She's almost like a different person when she's around him. Obviously, it's because she likes him. I'm not surprised either. It's just like her to fall for someone as strong as Yuan, Lightsenville, I guess. Wang Bingbing mumbled. Is that jealousy I sense? Now you have 4 opponents. I would be nervous too if I were in your shoes. Wang Ming looked at her in a cheeky manner. Wang Bingbing immediately gave him a sidekick and exclaimed, shut your mouth. And why are there 4 opponents? Did you forget about Wang Xiaoying? She idolizes him, and she doesn't hide it either. Wang Ming said. I know that, but I don't know. I cannot sense that sort of emotion from her, unlike Mei Xiao and the others. Wang Bingbing said. Really? You can tell? Why do I doubt that? Call it a woman's intuition. Wang Bingbing shrugged, and she continued, anyways, it doesn't seem like they will finish anytime soon, so let's warm up, you and me. All right. The others started showing up shortly after Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing began sparring with each other. How long have they been at it for now? Shi Murong asked Wang Ming after arriving. 2 hours. I don't think we'll get a turn today at this rate. Sure enough, Yuan and Li Jinxi would not stop until the sun started setting. You've improved a lot, Yuan said to Li Jinxi as he wiped his face that was dripping with sweat. Clearly not enough since I still cannot beat you. Li Jinxi responded in an exhausted voice, her entire body drained of energy. But if you keep improving at that rate, it'll only be a matter of time before you beat me. Sure, if you don't train the entire time. Li Jinxi sighed. Sorry, I'm late. Is it my turn yet? Xiaosheng suddenly shouted from the balcony of her room. Yuan looked at the setting sun and said, it's fine, we're done for the day, anyway. He then looked at the others and continued, guys, I have something I need to tell you all after dinner. Make sure you show up, it's serious. Is it about the 10 great families? Liang asked. No, this is something bigger and more important. Bigger than the 10 great families? Man, I can't wait. Liang said in a sarcastic manner. C1266 The End of the World. Chapter 1266 The End of the World. 1266 The End of the World. Once everyone left the training grounds and cleaned up, they gathered at the dining table, where Mei Feng served a feast. Since it's been a while since we ate together, I decided to celebrate a little, Mei Feng said. Yuan smiled, thank you. Sometime later, after dinner ended and the table was cleaned with everyone present, Yuan took a deep breath before speaking. What I am about to tell you will sound crazy, but it's happening, and I don't want you to freak out. You are already freaking me out, Yuan. Wang Ming swallowed nervously. The others nodded in agreement. Yuan then asked them, do you remember when I told you guys about the truth behind Earth, how it used to belong in the 9 heavens before it got separated? They nodded. Unfortunately, Earth drifted a little too far away from the 9 heavens and became starved of spiritual energy. Normally, when something like that happens, the world will eventually stop being able to support itself and get destroyed. But fortunately, the Lord has been protecting this world through a formation for millions of years now, preventing it from destruction. However, his power isn't unlimited, and he won't be able to support that formation one day. For some reason, the formation that is holding this world together has been demanding more spiritual energy as of lately, and at this rate, the Lord won't be able to support it anymore, and when that happens, the end of the world. Liang muttered in a dazed voice. Yuan nodded, yes, Earth will cease to exist, alongside its inhibitors. What? Everyone there exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing this news. WW8. This is something that will happen far into the future, right? Please tell me that it will happen only long after we are dead. Wu Zhao cried out loud. Yuan shook his head with a solemn expression and sighed. The Lord estimated that he will only be able to support the formation for another 100 years if the formation continues to absorb his spiritual energy at its current rate. 100 years? Of course, that is only if the formation's current condition remains. Unfortunately, the Lord also predicted that it might get worse in the future, so we probably have less time than that. We have less than 100 years before the world ends. How am I even supposed to respond to this? Wang Bingbing muttered with a dreadful look on her face, her complexion as white as a ghost. Unsurprisingly, the others had similar looks on their faces. After all, they were all looking forward to their future, which seemed incredibly bright until just moments ago. Why didn't the Lord tell us something this important? He had plenty of chances to. Hong Xiuquan muttered in a puzzled manner. He probably didn't want you guys to worry about it needlessly, Yuan sighed. He was right. There's nothing we can do about it even if we knew, so we'd only be needlessly worrying about it. We're useless. Wang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. I wouldn't say that. Yuan quickly said, and he continued, the Lord trained you guys for a reason. Although it won't give us more time, you guys can make it easier for the Lord to maintain the formation by transferring your spiritual energy to him. Also, we already have a plan in motion, so just leave everything to me. I will do everything in my power to save Earth. You do? What do you plan on doing? Is there anything we can do to help? Mei Xiu asked. Yuan shook his head, I'm afraid not. We have several ways to save Earth, but most of them are either too time-consuming or logistically impractical, so we decided to restore the Lord's diminished power, which will buy us more time to find another method to save Earth. That will require a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, correct? Mei Feng asked. Yuan nodded, yes, so I need to find a soul belonging to a god Ascension realm cultivator in the 9 heavens and bring them to Earth to help us. What? That seems impossible no matter how you think about it. Shi Murong said. It's possible. Yuan retrieved his Empyrean Overlord and explained, soul weapons can store a single soul in them, and since I can summon my Empyrean Overlord on Earth, there's a good chance that I can bring back a soul with me. Chu Liuxiang then asked, how strong is a cultivator in the God Ascension realm? They're practically at the peak of cultivation, the strongest cultivators out there. Seeing Chu Luxiang's face afterward, Yuan continued, I know what you're thinking. I already have an idea where to go to find someone that powerful, Lightsvel anyways, until I find this soul, there's nothing we can do but pray that everything works out. This isn't going to be easy, but try your best to not worry too much about it. Yuan knew that he would only make them worry needlessly by telling them this information, especially when they could not do anything about it, but he did not want to keep them in the dark about something this serious. What should we do now? Mei Feng suddenly asked him. I know there's nothing we can do to help you, but surely, there is something we can do to lessen your burden, right? Yuan smiled and said, just keep doing what you normally do. I will be more at ease that way, too. If you say so. After the meeting ended, everyone returned to their rooms to ponder about the situation. Hey, what do you think of the situation? Wang Bingjing stopped Wang Ming before he entered his room and asked. What is there to think about? Once again, we're too weak to do anything, so Yuan is forced to do everything by himself. Although there's nothing we can do this time, it won't be like that next time. Wang Bingbing smiled after hearing his words and nodded, I agree. But if we're going to be of any use to him, we'll really need to step it up. So, I'm thinking of ascending to the 3rd heaven soon. That might be a good idea. Wang Ming said with a look of relaxation. Okay. I've decided. I'm going to ascend as soon as I'm done with my current training at the sect. I bet I'll ascend faster than you. Wang Bingbing then said. We'll see about that. And without saying anything else, Wang Ming entered his room. When Wang Bingbing returned to her room, she immediately went into Cultivation online and began planning to ascend. Meanwhile, inside their room, Chu Liuxiang said to Yuan, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing so suddenly? He raised an eyebrow. Because last night, even though you probably weren't in the mood, that's nonsense, and there was no way you could have known. While I admit that I wasn't in the mood at first, I didn't regret it, as I felt much better afterward, so thank you. Does this mean you'll immediately return to Cultivation online? Xiaosheng then asked. As much as she wanted to spend some more time with him, she couldn't blame him for leaving again. However, to her surprise, Yuan shook his head and said, "No, I am still going to stay here for a little longer to spend more time with you guys, with you and Meishio." Really? Wuxiang's face immediately brightened after hearing his words. He nodded with a calm smile. Xiaosheng suddenly tossed herself at him and said, "If that's the case, you should see Meishio tonight. After all, you'll be mine tomorrow, the whole day." Yuan chuckled, "Sure." C1267 A Weird Symbol. Chapter 1267 A Weird Symbol. 1267 A Weird Symbol. Meishio, it's me. Are you free? Yuan asked as he knocked on her door. Meishio opened the door a few moments later and welcomed him inside. Once inside, Yuan continued, "If you have anything on your mind, I'm here to listen." Meishio sat on the bed and sighed, "I have a lot on my mind, but it's mostly just wondering about the end of the world. Though, I do have one question. Do you plan on telling Ro about the situation?" Yuan then said, "I thought about telling her, but I decided against it, as I don't want her to worry needlessly." "Do you think I should tell her?" Meishio quickly shook her head, "No, I agree with your decision. Knowing Ro, she'll definitely freak out for a while." Yuan chuckled, "I will tell her after Earth is no longer in danger." The room fell silent for a moment before Meishio asked, "So when will you return to?" "I won't immediately return, but I'll probably shorten it a little." Meishio displayed a surprised expression upon learning of his choice to remain despite their challenging circumstances. "You're that confident?" she asked. "Well, not really, but there's no need to rush either. Starting a week or two later won't make that much of a difference when we have 100 years, even if there are only 10 years. In the meantime, I am going to be spending my time with you guys. Tonight probably isn't a good time, so let me know whenever you want to." Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Meishio grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the bed with her. "Even if the world were to end tomorrow, I would still want to spend the night with you," Meishio muttered in a low voice before pressing her soft lips onto Yuan's. Moments later, their clothes were scattered across the floor, where they would remain for the remainder of the night. Meanwhile, in the third heaven. "So, how did you cross paths with Yuan?" she merely inquired as they strolled through the city. "How?" Feng Yuxiang stammered, her mind instantly recollecting their initial meeting and causing her to break into a sweat. Opting to omit the unpleasant details of their initial meeting, Feng Yuxiang provided a truncated explanation, saying, "I used to own a shop in the lower heavens. The young master was a customer there. The sword he wields, the Empyrean Overlord, he purchased it from me." How did you wind up traveling together?" She merely expressed surprise upon learning of Feng Yuxiang's background as a shop owner, struggling to fathom how she came to serve Yuan. "And what brings someone of your status to the lower heavens? Isn't that realm intended for mortals?" she merely inquired further. Feng Yuxiang let out a sigh as she explained, "I stirred up some problems in the upper heavens and was chased down there. My bloodline was even cursed, condemning me to live as a human." "What? Your bloodline was cursed? That's the worst fate for a divine beast. Who would dare commit such a heartless act?" She merely reacted with shock. Feng Yuxiang shrugged, "It happened a long time ago. I don't even remember his face, only that he had a weird symbol on his hand." "A weird symbol?" she merely inquired further. "Yes. Anyways, even though my bloodline is cursed, as long as I am with the young master, the curse will be removed soon." "Huh? How?" "His blood. Every time I consume it, the curse weakens a little. It'll only be a matter of time before I regain my full strength." Feng Yuxiang smiled. Yuan's blood. She merely suddenly recalled her parents tasting Yuan's blood and couldn't help but wonder if there was something special about it. "What does his blood taste like?" she inquired, her eyes filled with fascination. "It's hard to describe the taste, but it will taste better than anything you've ever tasted in your life." "Huh? That doesn't make any sense." You won't understand it until you taste it. It's also super addicting. Once you taste it, you'll not be able to enjoy other things as much. Lightsvel, that doesn't sound very good. She merely raised her eyebrows. It doesn't, until you taste his blood. Is that so? Hold on. I want to eat that. She merely suddenly halted their conversation to approach a food stall. I'll take some of this. She merely pointed at the meat skewers being sold. That would be 5 copper coins. Here. She merely handed a spirit stone to the man behind the stall, who nearly fell back from shock. I don't have enough change. The man said in a nervous voice. I don't need it. She merely placed the spirit stone on the counter and grabbed the meat skewer before walking back to Feng Yuxiang, who was shaking her head. What a waste of money. The skewers here taste so different even though they're cooked from the same meat, and this is the 11th stall today. How wonderful. A few moments later, they came to another halt, but not because she merely noticed another skewer stall. What do you want? Feng Yuxiang asked the tall young man who suddenly stopped in front of them, blocking their path. Just a little of your lady's time. How would you like to eat lunch together at the best restaurant in the city? It'll be my treat, of course. The young man said as he looked at Shimeli and her half-eaten skewer. Are we being hit on right now? Shimeli looked at Feng Yuxiang with raised eyebrows, as she had never encountered such a situation before, having only heard about it. Feng Yuxiang nodded, yes, we are. She then responded to the man, I am not interested in humans, so you may scram. Nevertheless, the young man remained still and grinned, saying, I had a feeling you weren't human, hence why I approached you. Don't worry, I'm not human either. C1268 Immortal Clans. Chapter 1268 Immortal Clans 1268 Immortal Clans, so what if you are a beast? I don't care if you are human, beast, or god, I am not interested. Feng Yuxiang sneered in disdain. However, the young man remained undisturbed by her words and said, Don't be like that, beauty. I promise you it'll be worth your time. After all, I came down here from. The young man proceeded to point toward the sky with a confident smile on his face. So, you're from the upper heavens. What of it? Feng Yuxiang responded, her patience wearing thin. Not just any upper heavens. The 7th heaven. The young man proudly declared. Feng Yuxiang rolled her eyes and responded, Even if you're from the 7th heaven, I can't imagine someone of your standing bothering with beings from such a humble realm. Despite her skeptical remarks, Feng Yuxiang couldn't deny that the young man standing in front of them exuded the unmistakable presence of someone hailing from the upper heavens. Please. I'm not the type to discriminate. It doesn't matter if they're from the lower heavens or the supreme heavens. As long as they're beautiful, they'll deserve my attention, the young man proclaimed. And he continued, furthermore, you ladies cannot deceive my eyes. I can tell whether someone is special or not with a glance, and you ladies are definitely special. Feng Yuxiang felt a strong urge to smack this stubborn young man who did not seem to know how to give up. However, knowing that he was someone from the upper heavens, there was a good chance that he came here to find Yuan, and she did not want to stir up any trouble that could lead back to him. A moment later, seeing how they did not seem to care about his origin from the 7th heaven, he continued, Okay, I get it. You don't care about the upper heavens, but what if I tell you that I am a heavenly white tiger from one of the immortal clans? The immortal clans? Feng Yuxiang's eyebrows raised upon hearing this unfamiliar term. I'm not surprised you haven't heard of them since they only exist in the upper heavens, but as a beast, surely, you know of the legendary immortal monarch, right? Both Feng Yuxiang and Shimeli's eyes flickered upon hearing this familiar name. The young man noticed their interest and smiled inwardly, got them. What does the immortal monarch have to do with the immortal clans? Feng Yuxiang asked. The young man promptly replied with clear pride in his voice, the immortal clans are lineages that descended from the supreme beings who served the immortal monarch. In simpler terms, our ancestors were among the 9 supreme beings who followed the immortal monarch during his time. We're also some of the most powerful and influential families in the realm of beasts. There isn't a single beast that doesn't know of our name in the upper heavens. So, are you interested in lending me some of your time now? Feng Yuxiang smiled and said, not really. The young man's expression froze. Are your ears only for show? I already said that I'm not interested, multiple times. If your only method of courting is to flaunt your background, I feel sorry for you. Feng Yuxiang said before looking at Shimeli and continuing, let's go. And without paying the young man from the Immortal clans any more attention, the two of them walked around him without looking back. The young man stood there with an incredulous expression on his face. This marked the first instance where someone had turned him down despite learning of his background. However, what hurt him the most was Feng Yuxiang's nonchalant attitude towards the Immortal clans. In the upper heavens, the Immortal clans are treated no differently than royalties. Divine beasts would lower their heads before the Immortal clans, much less ordinary beasts. In fact, even royalties in the world of beasts treated them with utmost respect. The young man's body trembled in anger, and his aura suddenly began to fluctuate, causing the atmosphere there to change. Hold it right there. The young man suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating through the air and causing it to quiver. You really don't know how to give up. Feng Yuxiang sighed as she halted. This is no longer about me. Then what is it about? Shimeli asked in a nonchalant voice. I won't be surprised if he's never been rejected in the upper heavens, so he's experiencing denial. Feng Yuxiang spoke out before the young man could respond. And she continued, what are you going to do now? Threaten us to come with you using your family's name? How dare you? The young man turned around to look at them with killing intent exuding from his yellow eyes, his white and black hair swirling wildly. How scary. A provocative smile appeared on Shimeli's face. You probably don't know this, but disrespecting the Immortal clans is punishable by death, ignorant or not, the young man spoke in a cold voice. And I, by Xutao, shall execute you for your crimes. Omicron. A vicious light glimmered in by Xutao's eyes right before one of his hands suddenly flickered, turning invisible for a split second. Shimeli's eyes widened, and she instinctively pushed Feng Yuxiang away. Watch out. Wah! Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, a large cut appeared on Shimeli's arm with blood running down her elbow. Oh. You actually saw that? Bai Xutao expressed genuine surprise upon seeing this. If Shimeli hadn't pushed Feng Yuxiang away at the last moment, Bai Xutao would have taken Feng Yuxiang's head. You bastard. You really intended to kill her with this many people around. Are you out of your mind? Shimeli gritted her teeth in anger, her aura skyrocketing. A spirit king. No, spirit emperor with her cultivation suppressed. Did you also come down here from the upper heavens? If so, there's no way you wouldn't know of the Immortal clans, yet you dared to disrespect me and my family. Bai Xutao narrowed his eyes at them. And he continued, so what if there's people here? You're the only ones I'm going to kill. If you think I would hold back because there are others here, think again. Crazy bastard. Feng Yuxiang uttered in a cold voice as she stood back up. C1269 Heavenly White Tiger. Chapter 1269 Heavenly White Tiger. 1269 Heavenly White Tiger, are you okay? Feng Yuxiang asked Shimeli after standing back up. Yes, it's just a scratch, she nodded. Sorry. If I was paying a little more attention, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. It's okay. Feng Yuxiang turned to Bai Xutao with a stern expression and remarked, if the Immortal Monarch witnessed your behavior just now, have you executed on the spot. Keep his name out of your mouth. He isn't someone a mere ordinary phoenix should mention so casually, Bai Xutao growled in response. Yet you were so desperate to spend some time with this ordinary phoenix just moments ago, even using his name to do so. Feng Yuxiang clapped back. You're a disgrace to the Immortal Monarch's legacy, if the Immortal clans are even real. How dare you? Bai Zitao's face bulged with veins of anger upon hearing Feng Yuxiang's words that could erase a whole legacy if uttered in the presence of the immortal clans in the upper heavens. I was going to give you a quick and painless death, but you really couldn't help yourself. Not only did you mock my family, but the entire immortal monarch's legacy, huh? Even 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough for you. When the people around them realized the gravity of the situation, they immediately scattered away like ants in the rain, unwilling to get caught up in their trouble. He's not an opponent we can take down alone. Shi Meili said to Feng Yuxiang through divine sense. I know. Let's take him down together. Bai Xutao suddenly laughed out loud. You won't be able to take me down even if you work together. Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili frowned upon realizing that Bai Xutao had intercepted their communication through divine sense, something that can only be done by someone far superior to them. As expected of someone from the seventh heaven. Even if their cultivation is restricted to Spirit King, they are pretty much untouchable for everyone in this world. Feng Yuxiang could feel herself sweating for the first time in a while. This pressure, he's countless times stronger than the Azure Dragon family's patriarch even in his current state. Shi Meili sighed inwardly, realizing just how small her world was compared to the outside world. He's coming. Shi Meili warned Feng Yuxiang. Heavenly Tigers advance. Half a second later, Bai Xutao disappeared from his spot and appeared a few steps away from Shi Meili. Heavenly Tiger's fangs. Bai Xutao plunged his claw-like hands toward Shi Meili's body. Shi Meili didn't dare to hold back and fought back with her fists, punching Bai Zitao's incoming strike. However, even with her full strength, Shi Meili wasn't able to block Bai Zitao's unstoppable claws and was sent flying, destroying the small building behind her. Seeing this, Feng Yuxiang semi-transformed, spreading her fiery wings before shooting herself at Bai Xutao. Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens. Phoenix's wrath. Once she arrived before Bai Xutao, Feng Yuxiang released her phoenix flames directly at him, engulfing his figure in an instant. Humph. What weak flames. Are you really a phoenix? Bai Zitao's voice resounded before he emerged from her flames without a single scratch on his body. Heavenly Tiger's destruction wave. Bai Xutao roared at Feng Yuxiang, releasing a powerful sound wave that obliterated everything within several blocks of her direction. Fortunately for Feng Yuxiang, she barely managed to protect her life by erecting a wall of fire before her, but even then, she did not escape unscathed. Fuck. If I had been even a second slower, I would have died just now. Feng Yuxiang cried inwardly as blood oozed from the cuts on her body. She turned to look behind her, only to witness the devastation that had befallen the city. All of the buildings had turned to rubble, and corpses could be seen scattered everywhere. You crazy bastard. I thought you only wanted to kill us? Using such destructive techniques in the middle of a city, you are really out of your mind. Is this how someone related to the immortal monarch should behave? Calling you a disgrace was an understatement. I can't wait to witness heaven's tribulation rain down upon you. Feng Yuxiang shouted at him. However, Bai Xutao remained unfazed by the destruction he had caused, even looking completely relaxed. Heaven's tribulation? It won't show up even if I were to destroy this entire city. That's what it means to be from the immortal clans. That is how much influence we have within the 9 heavens. Bai Xutao sneered, his demeanor completely different from the beginning, almost as though he was a different person. Heavenly White Tiger. I've heard tales about your bloodline, Shi Meili muttered as she emerged from the rubble of the collapsed building. A bloodline brimming with violence. When you lot engage in battle, you lose your sanity and won't cease until your hunger for violence is appeased. Lightsvel, however, witnessing it firsthand, you guys are far more crazy in reality, she added. Are you regretting it now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Now that you've made my blood boil, I won't stop until you both are dead. If you don't want this city to perish with you, then stop struggling and offer your lives to me. Bai Xutao commanded. Che. Feng Yuxiang spat out the blood in her mouth and mumbled, I didn't think I would be relying on this so soon, much less for a crazy bastard like him. She proceeded to retrieve a vial of blood from her spatial ring. Blood? Bai Xutao narrowed his eyes at the vial in Feng Yuxiang's grasp. And how will that save you? What is she planning? She merely mumbled to herself, as she was also puzzled by Feng Yuxiang's actions. However, Feng Yuxiang did not respond to Bai Zitao's inquiry and consumed the entire vial of blood. Arg! Feng Yuxiang released a painful cry before quickly suppressing it. The next moment, her aura skyrocketed all the way to the heavens. Her crimson hair lengthened and ignited in flames, gradually spreading throughout her body until her entire form resembled a fiery sphere. When the flames that had enveloped Feng Yuxiang vanished a moment later, she reappeared with a completely altered appearance. Her clothing had been incinerated, and only her private parts were concealed by flames as if she were clad in an attire crafted entirely of fire. A red symbol that had not been present before had materialized at the center of her forehead, and her eyes seemed to smolder with inner flames. Feng Yuxiang looked at her hands and muttered in a low voice, as expected, the young master's blood is truly mythical. Bai Xutao had a profound frown on his face after seeing Feng Yuxiang's transformation. That appearance, though he couldn't recollect it right away, he had a strong feeling that he had seen Feng Yuxiang's appearance somewhere else. Feng Yuxiang suddenly looked at Bai Xutao and pointed her finger at him. Die, she murmured in a low voice, then released a highly concentrated beam of flames from the tip of her finger, directing it straight at Bai Xutao. Seeing this, Bai Xutao promptly shifted his head to evade the approaching attack, narrowly escaping the beam that soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds and leaving a clear hole behind. Bai Xutao felt a few drops of cold sweat forming on his back afterward. If Feng Yuxiang hadn't aimed at his head just then, he wouldn't have been able to evade the attack in time because his body hadn't reacted quickly enough. Realizing this, Bai Zitao's face flushed with embarrassment, and his body trembled in anger. C1270 Unforgivable. Chapter 1270 Unforgivable. 1270 Unforgivable. How many times do you have to humiliate me before you are satisfied, woman? If I don't rip you from limb to limb, my surname is not Bai. Bai Xutao roared, his aura soaring even further. Using his movement technique, Bai Xutao quickly approached Feng Yuxiang, who also used her movement technique to confront him. Just like her appearance, Feng Yuxiang's combat prowess had changed drastically. However, even with her upgrade, she was still behind Bai Xutao and was unable to land a single hit even after 1,000 exchanges. Just how strong is this crazy bastard? Feng Yuxiang couldn't believe that she was still losing to him despite her transformation, and Bai Xutao was still a spirit king while she had entered the spirit emperor realm. Not wanting to disturb Feng Yuxiang's pace, she merely watched them fight from a distance for some time at first, but when she realized that Bai Xutao was slowly pushing Feng Yuxiang back more and more, she decided to join the fight and support Feng Yuxiang, even removing her own restriction, allowing her spirit emperor cultivation to surge forward. How many times do I have to tell you that you want to defeat me even if you work together? Bai Xutao became more defensive when she merely joined the battle, and despite his disadvantage in numbers, he did not seem to be worried even in the slightest. Of course, neither Feng Yuxiang nor she merely was going all out, as they were still in the middle of a city, so they were subconsciously holding back their strength, unlike Bai Xutao, who couldn't care less about his surroundings or the innocent people around them. Eventually, the guards in that city showed up, surrounding them. Halt! Do you even realize where you rascals are currently? Fights between cultivators are strictly prohibited inside a city, especially those at your cultivation level. Are you trying to level this entire city? Thousands of guards surrounded them. That crazy bastard attacked us first. We're only defending ourselves. Feng Yuxiang responded to them. I don't give a fuck who started this fight. You will stop now and come with us for interrogation. Bai Xutao looked at these guards and sneered, unless you plan on participating in the fight, I suggest you all get out of here before I make you participate. Who the hell do you think you are? The leader of these guards roared at him. You're not worthy of knowing my identity, Bai Xutao retorted in a chilly tone. Arrogant little bastard. If you think you can fight all of us, you can go ahead and try. Arrest these fools. The leader commanded. Yes. The guards immediately began approaching them in a massive formation for apprehension, making sure that they couldn't escape. Xutao merely scoffed at their pointless attempt, and just as he prepared to slaughter these guards, another voice boomed. What is going on here? A slender figure descended from the sky moments later. She was a gorgeous young woman with a noble aura around her, appearing to be around Feng Yuxiang's age at first glance. Her hair was a mixture of mostly white with some black, and she had yellow eyes, much like Xutao. Upon the arrival of this newcomer, her mere presence was sufficient to freeze the guards in their tracks, and Xutao began to display signs of unease. During the ensuing moment of silence, the young woman surveyed her surroundings, taking note of the city's devastation. I leave you alone for a few days, and in such a short span of time, you've managed to create such a colossal mess? Are you intentionally trying to piss me off, Xutao? The young woman spoke in a cold voice as she stared at him with a piercing gaze that could penetrate even the heavens. Xutao trembled as he replied in a bashful manner, I can explain this, elder sister Ning. The young woman suddenly disappeared from her location and appeared in front of Xutao faster than one could blink their eyes before punching him in the stomach so hard that Zitao's body arched like a bow. Does it look like I care about your reasoning? She asked him, and she continued, in case you forgot, we are not here to play around. If you're not going to cooperate, I will send you back home. I know. But those two dared to disrespect the Immortal clans. Xutao pointed at the puzzled Feng Yuxiang and she melee in the distance. Bai Ning turned to look at them with a narrowed gaze before turning back to look at Xutao. Have you forgotten where you are? The Immortal clans don't exist down here, so they wouldn't know much about us. Why waste your energy over something so insignificant? How childish, not that I expected more from you. Xutao clenched his teeth in the realization that he couldn't talk his way out of this predicament. Hold on a moment, then a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. They also mocked the immortal monarch. He immediately cried out loud. Bai Ning's entire face froze after hearing this, and her body began trembling a moment later. Xutao smiled inwardly at her reaction and quickly continued in a sorrowful voice, that's right. They called him a phony, among other vile epithets that I wouldn't dare repeat even on my deathbed. When I heard their disrespect toward the immortal monarch, my rage got the best of me, and I felt compelled to reprimand them. The sky above the city suddenly darkened despite the early hour, and it felt as if the world itself trembled in apprehension of some impending event. What the hell is going on? Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. I have a bad feeling about this. She merely swallowed inwardly. How dare they, my beloved immortal monarch, unforgivable. Bai Ning murmured in a chilling tone, her presence radiating such killing intent that it could fill the heavens. She fixed her gaze on the startled Feng Yuxiang and she melee, and the intensity of her look sent shivers down their spines, their very instincts urging them to flee. C1271 Rules of Heaven. Chapter 1271 Rules of Heaven. 1271 Rules of Heaven. I have a really bad feeling about her, worse than that crazy bastard. Feng Yuxiang mumbled, swallowing nervously. She merely nodded, agreeing with her, she's definitely extremely dangerous. Even if we use our full strength, I don't think we'll be able to beat her. If only the young master was here. Feng Yuxiang sighed. However, just as Bai Ning prepared to approach them, she suddenly halted her movements. Elder sister? What's wrong? Xutao asked her after noticing something off about her. We're leaving, she said in a low voice. What? No way. We need to punish, then you can stay here. I won't be responsible for whatever happens next. Bai Ning glared at him before disappearing like a ghost without explaining any further. Seeing this, Xutao pointed at Feng Yuxiang and roared, you guys are the first to live another day after humiliating me. But don't you dare think for a second that this is over because I have remembered your scent. I will find you later and kill you. I swear upon my surname. After his declaration, Xutao also disappeared from the scene, leaving everyone there speechless. What just happened? Why did they suddenly leave? Ximeli was baffled by the turn of events. The guards snapped out of their daze shortly after, and since Feng Yuxiang and Ximeli were still there, they decided to apprehend them. Don't let them escape as well, the leader of the guards shouted. However, just as they approached them, Feng Yuxiang and Ximeli's bodies suddenly looked as though they were being sucked into something, the space around them wrapping in a circular motion. A second later, they also disappeared into thin air, leaving the guards dumbfounded. Fuck. 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 The leader of the guards stomped the ground in anger before ordering the others, I want half of you to chase after them. I don't care if they left the city or not. The other half will stay behind to clean up the mess they made in the city. Meanwhile, Xutao chased by Ning several thousand miles away from the scene. When they eventually came to a halt, Xutao asked her in an agitated voice, Elder sister, why did you suddenly up and leave? You could have easily killed those bastards that mocked the immortal monarch. Pap. Ning abruptly turned around and slapped him in the face, sending him flying like a ragdoll. You dare raise your voice at me? Are you courting death? She sneered. She turned to look towards the sky and mumbled a moment later, we were being watched by someone at God Ascension. If we had stayed there for a little longer, that person would have likely attacked us. Huh? Why would someone at that level attack us? Xutao expressed his surprise after standing back up. It probably has something to do with those two you picked a fight with, she calmly said. I didn't pick a fight with them. They picked a fight with me by mocking our family and the immortal monarch. Xutao panicked. Do you really take me for a fool, you womanizing bastard? Knowing you and your tendencies, you got angry when they refused to follow you. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, either. Xutao tried to make another excuse, but he was immediately cut off by Ning. You even destroyed a city and killed innocent people. Don't think you'll get away with this. Once we return home, father will deal with you accordingly. Zitao's body trembled in fear upon hearing her words, but his hatred for Feng Yuxiang and Ximeli only increased, as he still blamed them for his current situation. I swear I will not rest until I make you bitches pay. He cried inwardly. Meanwhile, Feng Yuxiang and Ximeli had been teleported to another location. Senior. Feng Yuxiang realized why the heavenly white tigers had suddenly left when she saw Dong Yi standing before her. Thank you for rescuing us. If it weren't for you, we would have probably died back there. Feng Yuxiang bowed to him. Dong Yi shook his head, I should be apologizing for the delay. I had left this world temporarily to investigate something. But to pick a fight with the heavenly white tiger immortal clan, you're quite reckless. Lightsville, but they started the fight. Ximeli sighed. Regardless of how it started, they will keep an eye out for you from now on, especially Xutao. But there's no need to worry. That Xutao is a well-known troublemaker, so there are usually people watching over him. I'm not worried about that fool at all. Feng Yuxiang said. I'm more worried about that woman who was with him. Ximeli sighed. Dong Yi shook his head and said, actually, there is something else that you should be worrying about right now. What is it? Dong Yi pointed above them, where the sky seemed unnaturally dark for some reason. What is that? Ximeli asked with raised eyebrows. And no way. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously when she saw the sky. Is it just me or is that a heaven's tribulation? Dong Yi confirmed Feng Yuxiang's worries. Huh? Heaven's tribulation? Why is it over here? We weren't the ones who killed those innocent people. Ximeli exclaimed. No, but you did break a rule of heaven by being a spirit emperor and using such powers in a place that is limited to those below spirit emperor. Dong Yi explained to them. The reason why there are no cultivators above the limit given to each world and why nobody in the upper heavens dares to descend without proper permission is simply because of the rules of heaven. When someone violates a rule, an inescapable heavenly tribulation is invoked to punish the offender, with the severity of the tribulation determined by the individual's transgressions. As Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili had employed cultivation beyond the level of Spirit King in the third heaven, they had breached a rule of heaven, hence their current predicament. C1272 Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 1272 Heavenly Tribulation. 1272 Heavenly Tribulation. Senior. Is there anything you can do? Feng Yuxiang looked at him for help. As this was her first encounter with heavenly tribulation, it was only natural for her to act nervous. Dong Yi sighed, there is, but there isn't at the same time. I could wipe away the heavenly tribulation for you this time, but it will eventually return in the future, and it will be much more powerful at that time. Therefore, you can only face it. And he continued, don't worry, your crime wasn't that bad. The heavenly tribulation won't kill you, but it will hurt a little. We have to confront it. Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. Don't worry. I have read stories of people using heavenly tribulations to temper their own bodies. It can't be that bad. Shi Meili said, trying to comfort herself. Dong Yi then said, the heavenly tribulation is about to start. You should gain some distance away from each other so you don't make things harder for each other. I'll watch over you so you won't die. They felt much more at ease after hearing Dong Yi's words. A moment later, they began flying away from each other until they were at least 50 miles apart. The sky above them appeared normal for a few moments, almost as though they had escaped the heavenly tribulation. However, it would turn dark again after some time with tiny blue snakes dancing around the clouds. The next time I see that crazy bastard, I will definitely make him pay for this. Feng Yuxiang gritted her teeth as she prepared to confront the heavenly tribulation. She sat down and closed her eyes, clearly her mind. While this may be her first time being confronted by a heavenly tribulation, this wasn't her first time seeing one. In the upper heavens, heavenly tribulations occur on an almost daily basis, so she has witnessed a fair share of people fighting them. Many people perish before the heavenly tribulation, but some people have managed to escape, and just as Shi Meili had said, some even used them as a body-tempering method. Those who recklessly confronted the heavenly tribulation perished, while those who remained calm and allowed the heavenly tribulation to strike them managed to survive. Feng Yuxiang said to herself. Eventually, amidst the darkened skies, a powerful and thick bolt of lightning descended upon Feng Yuxiang. Boom! In an instant, the ground around Feng Yuxiang was charred black, and it looked as if a bomb had been dropped in her area, with several miles of the land around her being affected by the heavenly tribulation. Feng Yuxiang, who used most of her spiritual energy to block the heavenly tribulation right before it struck her, managed to survive, but her entire body was dripping with blood. I managed to survive, she sighed inwardly, feeling a little relieved. Yet, her despair grew as she realized that the black clouds above her had not dissipated, and it even looked as though it was preparing for a second strike. The number of strikes corresponded to the severity of one's crime, with 3 strikes being the most common. A few moments later, a second bolt of lightning descended on Feng Yuxiang. The destruction caused by the second strike was even more devastating than the first one, as heavenly tribulation only becomes more powerful with each strike. When struck by the second heavenly tribulation, Feng Yuxiang's life flashed before her eyes for a brief moment, recalling all of the time she spent with Yuan and the others, even though it was only a tiny portion of her experience. By the time the second strike came to an end, Feng Yuxiang had already exhausted all of her spiritual energy, leaving her completely vulnerable to the final and most powerful strike. As the heavenly tribulation gathered energy for the third strike, Feng Yuxiang laid on the ground and stared at the heavens with a blank look on her face. I might actually die here today. I'm sorry, young master. Feng Yuxiang muttered as the third strike descended on her a moment later. Meanwhile, Shi Meili returned to Dong Yi after her heavenly tribulation. Her appearance looked much better than Feng Yuxiang after her first strike, almost as though she didn't even experience the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation wasn't that bad. I expected much worse. Shi Meili laughed merrily, and she continued, I understand why some people use it to train their body now. I could feel my body being stronger than it was before the heavenly tribulation. She then asked, Senior, where's Feng Yuxiang? Her heavenly tribulation should be ending soon, he said. After a few minutes of silence, he spoke again, follow me. She merely nodded and followed him to where Feng Yuxiang confronted her heavenly tribulation. When they arrived, Shimei's eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the devastation that far exceeded what she had experienced. What in heaven's name happened here? Was this caused by the heavenly tribulation? There's no way, right? Shimei turned to look at Dong Yi for answers. Lightsvel he nodded and explained, the strength of one's heavenly tribulation depends on two primary factors, the gravity of their transgression and their personal strength. You may be a spirit emperor, but Feng Yuxiang's true strength is far stronger, hence the difference between your heavenly tribulation. Wait. But that's only if she has her original strength, right? There's no way she could have endured such a powerful heavenly tribulation with her current prowess because of the curse. Unfortunately, the heavens don't take into account such minor details. Dong Yi sighed. Then what happened to her? Don't tell me that she died. I cannot sense her presence. Shimei began panicking when she realized this. She's not dead, but... Dong Yi gestured towards an object lying on the ground at the epicenter of the devastation. What is that? Shimei looked at the oval-shaped object in the distance with a profoundly puzzled expression on her face. The object was red and covered in golden symbols, was the size of a watermelon, but most important was its shape, as it was shaped like an egg. Are you trying to tell me that's Feng Yuxiang? How? Shimei exclaimed a moment later. C1273 Yuan's Return. Chapter 1273 Yuan's Return. 1273 Yuan's Return. Shimei landed before the red egg, but she didn't dare to touch it. Is this really Feng Yuxiang? How did something like this happen? Is she okay? She looked at Dong Yi for more answers. Dong Yi nodded and responded, she's fine. She's currently in a state of recovery that occurs when a phoenix is on the verge of death. It's their final line of defense. While in this state, she will be protected by that shell until she fully recovers. With that being said, this isn't something just any ordinary phoenix can do. Only those with the powerful bloodlines would be able to do something like this, mostly those related to royalty. How long will it take for her to recover? Shimei then asked. Unfortunately, it's hard to say. Some phoenixes may take months to recover while others take years. And since her bloodline was cursed, it might take longer than usual. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes several decades for her to emerge from that shell. No way. Shimei was speechless. She could have never expected something like this to happen right when Yuan left. How should I explain this to Yuan when he returns? She sighed. Just tell him the truth. You're not at fault here, neither of you are, so he won't blame you for it. I know, but it still sucks to be the bearer of bad news. After a moment of silence, Shimei asked, so, what should we do with this egg, her shell? Take it with you and keep it safe. Shimei looked at the egg with a look of hesitation on her face. After all, it could be extremely fragile, and she did not want to cause any harm to it. Dong Yi smiled when he saw her expression, and he said, don't worry, the shell isn't so fragile that it would crack easily. In fact, it won't leave a scratch even if you were to attack it with your full strength. It isn't their final line of defense for nothing. If you say so. Shimei felt much better after hearing Dong Yi's words, but she still handled it with extreme care when she picked it up, treating it as though it was a golden egg. It'll take you back to the cabin, where you can recover your own strength until my lord returns. Dong Yi said to her a moment later. Shimei nodded, and they disappeared into thin air shortly after. Meanwhile, the city was in full panic after what had transpired. A good portion of the city had been destroyed by the event, and hundreds of people had perished. Tian Songyun and Tian Xianxia stood outside their home, looking at the destruction before them. Heavens! If the fight had been just one block closer, our residence would have been destroyed too. Tian Songyun muttered in a dazed voice. Just what in heaven's name happened out there? Tian Xianxia sighed. Back at the cabin, Shimei asked Dong Yi, can you tell me a little more about the Immortal clans? Just who are they? There's really not much to say about them. They are just a bunch of arrogant beasts running around with the Immortal Monarch's name behind their backs because their ancestors served him. In terms of influence, they are up there with the 4 ancient families and the royal families. Of course, they are also quite powerful, especially the Heavenly White Tiger clan. Their greatest strength is, well, their strength, rivaling even dragons. So their ancestors served Yuan? She merely asked for clarification. Indeed. The ancestor of the Heavenly White Tiger was one of the 9 supreme beings that followed the Immortal Monarch. He was a very loyal fellow who would put the Immortal Monarch before anything in his life. If the Immortal Monarch told him to jump off a bridge, he'd do it without hesitation. Some would even call it an obsession. Seriously. If that's true, his descendants must have fallen quite hard. She merely shook her head as she recalled Xutao's personality. The Immortal clans used to be entirely different, beasts with actual pride for their legacy. Nowadays, however, they are just a bunch of selfish bastards who abuse the Immortal Monarch's name for their own profits, and they get worse with each generation. Yuan won't be happy to hear this. She merely sighed. The Lord will probably be pissed, especially after he fully recovers his memories. Dong Yi closed his eyes and recalled the Immortal Monarch's relationship with his followers and sighed inwardly. Anyways, it's about time for me to leave again. I will return when the Lord returns. Dong Yi suddenly said. Okay. Once again, thank you for saving us. She merely nodded. After Dong Yi left the cabin, she merely placed Feng Yuxiang on the bed and wrapped the blankets around her like some kind of nest. Then, she sat on the wooden floor and began cultivating to recover her own injuries. A week passes in the blink of an eye. During this time, she merely did not stop her cultivation even for a second, and Feng Yuxiang remained unmoving on the bed. The city, which had been ravaged by Xutao, had now been cleaned up and was in the process of restoration. On Earth, Yuan would spend most of his time in the bedroom with Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, only leaving from time to spar with Li Jinsi. As for the other members of the faction, they were busy with their own things in Cultivation Online. Another week passed with little change in everyone's routine. During this time, Yuan managed to contact Liya to thank her for the information regarding the 10 great families. He wanted to speak with Yu Ro, but she was busy inside Cultivation Online and wouldn't come out anytime soon. I will let Yu Ro know that you tried to contact her later. Do you want to set up a meeting for when she returns? Liya asked him. No, it's fine. I will be returning to Cultivation Online soon, and I don't know when I will return this time. I see. Then if there's any message you want me to pass to her, just let me know. Yuan nodded, then can you tell her, I understand. I'll let her know. Thank you again. After his conversation with Liya ended, Yuan notified Meishio and the others that he would be returning to Cultivation Online that day. Then I'll meet you guys at Cultivator's Haven in a bit, Yuan said to them. Meishio, Chu Liuxiang, and Li Jinsi nodded in acknowledgement before they returned to their rooms. C1274 Where's Feng? Chapter 1274 Where's Feng? 1274 Where's Feng? After returning to his room, Yuan placed the console on his head and entered. What happened here? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner when he saw the buildings around him being repaired. You didn't hear? A pedestrian heard his mumbling and said, a huge fight between several powerful cultivators occurred in the middle of this city about 2 weeks ago, destroying a third of the city and killing hundreds of innocent people. Right after I left for my break? How unfortunate. Yuan sighed, as he could have probably done something to prevent it. The culprits were never caught either, as they had vanished into thin air like ghosts right as the guards surrounded them. Thank you for the information. Not paying any more attention to the events, Yuan tried to notify Feng Yuxiang of his return. Feng, I am back. Where are you guys? However, There was no response from Feng Yuxiang even after waiting for several minutes. Yuan didn't find anything weird about it initially because he could still feel his connection with her. Did she go so far away that she can't hear me in just 2 weeks? Where on earth did they go? He wondered inwardly. Yuan tried to contact Feng Yuxiang again, but when he received no response, he decided to visit the Tian family first. The old lady answered the doors again, but she allowed him to enter their household immediately. Please wait in the guest room. I'll call for the masters. Thank you. Sometime later, Tan Songyun entered the guest room. Where is the senior? Yuan asked in a slightly worried tone. He returned to the sect first. I'll be returning soon with Yenyu. Oh, that's good. I thought he was caught up in the incident 2 weeks ago. We were almost caught up in it. If they had fought even a block closer to our house, we wouldn't be here right now. A fight between spirit kings in the middle of a city. I can't imagine the kind of crazy bastards that would do such a reckless thing. Tan Songyun shook her head. Anyways, what are you doing here? I just wanted to speak with Miss Yenyu one last time before I leave this place, he said. Oh, right. You did say something like that before leaving last time. Although she's still holed up in her room, she's definitely getting better. I'll see if she's ready to speak with you now. Thank you. Tan Songyun then left to find Tian Yenyu in her room. After knocking on the door, Tan Songyun announced, Yuan is here to see you. Some shuffling could be heard from inside the room before it went silent again. Tan Songyun sighed, when are you going to stop being so childish? Do you have any idea how many times your father has been rejected by me in the past? Anyway, this is probably your last chance to see him. Once he leaves, he will be leaving the third heaven for good, so, before Tan Songyun could even finish her sentence, the door slammed open, and Tian Yenyu came out with a resolute expression on her face. Without saying anything to Tan Songyun, Tian Yenyu walked to the guest room, where Yuan was waiting. It's good to see you again. Yuan smiled at her appearance. Tian Yenyu nodded, and she spoke in a low voice, sorry. Sorry for leaving so abruptly last time. It's fine. Yuan shook his head, anyways, I'm here to say my goodbyes today, as I will be heading towards the fourth heaven soon. Tian Yenyu gritted her teeth after hearing his words, and the thought of not being able to see him again greatly disturbed her heart to the point where she could feel pain. Lights fell after a moment of silence. Tian Yenyu spoke in a soft yet resolute voice. I may not be worthy right now, but I swear that I will become someone worthy of being beside you the next time we meet. She then bowed to him and continued, thank you for everything, Yuan. I will remember it for the rest of my life. Unsure of how to respond to her, Yuan could only silently nod his head in acknowledgement. The next moment, Tian Yenyu turned around and walked away, returning to her room. Let's return to the sect as soon as possible, mother. Tian Yenyu said to Tan Songyun in the hallway. Tan Songyun nodded, we can leave in the morning. I'll go pack my things then. After Tian Yenyu disappeared into her room, Tan Songyun returned to the guest room. Then I'll be taking my leave now, Yuan said as he prepared to leave. Stay safe. Tan Songyun said to him as he left their front gate. As Yuan walked away from the Tian family's household, a figure appeared before him like a ghost. Welcome back, my liege. Dong Yi bowed to him in a respectful manner. Perfect timing. I was going to call for you in just a moment. Yuan said. Do you have another mission for me? He nodded, yes, and this one is quite crucial. Dong Yi nodded, I understand. However, there is something that you should know right away. What's the matter? Yuan had a bad feeling when he saw Dong Yi's expression. It's related to your servant, Feng Yuxiang. Yuan frowned upon hearing this, and he inquired, did something happen to her? It'll be much easier to explain if you saw the situation for yourself. It'll bring us to the cabin immediately. Dong Yi waved his sleeves, teleporting both of them to the cabin. When they arrived outside the cabin, Meili could be seen standing by the door. Are you okay, Meili? Yuan asked her since he knew that she had been with Feng Yuxiang before he left. She nodded, yes, I am. But Feng Yuxiang, once they entered the cabin, Yuan looked around the room with a puzzled face, as had expected to see Feng Yuxiang, but there was only a single egg resting on the bed. Where's Feng? He asked. She merely pointed at the egg on the bed and replied, she's right over there. Yuan muttered in a dazed manner with a baffled look on his face. C1275 Find Me by Xutao. Chapter 1275 Find Me by Xutao. 1275 Find Me by Xutao. This egg is Feng? How on earth? Yuan approached the egg and inspected it with more attention, and sure enough, he could sense his connection with Feng Yuxiang inside the egg, albeit a bit faint. How did this happen? He turned to look at Shimei. Shimei released a sigh and proceeded to explain the whole situation to him. You see. Shortly after you left, we wandered the city and were approached by someone from the Immortal clans, the Heavenly White Tiger clan. That person wanted us to spend some time with him, but we refused. One thing led to another, and we ended up fighting this person. This person was incredibly powerful, so powerful that even when working together, we couldn't defeat him. Things got crazy, and we ended up unsealing our cultivation past Spirit King. However, because only Spirit Kings and below are allowed in the third heaven, we'd essentially broken a rule of heaven, which provoked a heavenly tribulation. I managed to survive my tribulation, but Feng Yuxiang wasn't as lucky, as her tribulation was much more powerful than mine since it calculated her true strength even though she had her power suppressed. In the end, she entered this state, which she will remain until she recovers from her injuries. Yuan was speechless after learning about the situation. What kind of bullshit is this? He muttered in a cold voice. You guys were simply protecting yourselves from that bastard, yet you were the ones punished for it? His body trembled in anger, and the atmosphere in the cabin changed drastically with the temperature dropping like an anchor in water. When Dong Yi sensed the intense bloodlust within Yuan's aura, his body shivered from excitement, as it reminded him of the evil god during the war. So, you're the ones who caused all that ruckus in the city, huh? Yuan mumbled a moment later. That was mostly the Heavenly White Tiger's fault. He recklessly used his powers, destroying the city and killing hundreds of innocent people. I know, you don't have to tell me. Yuan said, and he continued, you're not at fault here, so don't blame yourself for what happened to that city and those people. In fact, you're also the victims here. He turned to Dong Yi and asked, the Immortal clans, tell me about them. Dong Yi nodded and repeated what he told Shimei some time ago. The Immortal clans are derived from the supreme beings that followed the Immortal Monarch, your liege, in the past. They are basically their descendants, and they are essentially royalty within the world of beasts. The Immortal clans used to be noble clans that would continue the Immortal Monarch's legacy by improving the relationship between humans and beasts even after his disappearance. Unfortunately, they are just a bunch of selfish and arrogant pricks nowadays that abuse their power and influence, smearing the Immortal Monarch's name and legacy. The Heavenly White Tiger clan is one of these Immortal clans. Their ancestor was a loyal servant of the Immortal Monarch, someone I greatly admired. While they may not be as influential as some other Immortal clans, they are undoubtedly one of the most powerful in terms of sheer strength. Yuan nodded and inquired for more details. What can you tell me about the bastard who attacked them? His name is Bai Xutao. He's the sixth oldest among over 50 children in the clan. He's quite notorious in the upper heavens as the Heavenly White Tiger clan's #1 troublemaker and a lecherous playboy who pursues any beauty he encounters. In terms of strength, he ranks as the third strongest among his siblings. His bloodline is very pure, only second to the eldest in the family, so the clan treasures him and overlooks many of his deeds. His cultivation is currently suppressed to Spirit King, but his true cultivation is at first level Immortal Ascension. He cultivates the Heavenly White Tiger clan's secret technique that can only be taught to those with a strong bloodline. Dong Yi spoke of Bai Xutao in great detail, almost as though he had investigated Bai Xutao to extreme lengths for many years. Then where can I find him? Yuan inquired at the end. I will seek him out if that is your command. Dong Yi said. Please do. I won't leave the third heaven until I make him pay for hurting my precious companions. My liege. Dong Yi seemed a little bit worried after hearing his words. Immortal Ascension? How far up is that compared to a Spirit King? Shi Meili suddenly asked. That would be 12 entire realms. Above Spirit King is Spirit Emperor, then Spirit Sovereign, and lastly, Spirit Enlightenment. Past Spirit Enlightenment is the Divine Realm, which consists of 9 separate realms. It is also what most people in the upper heavens call the true beginning of cultivation. At the end of the Divine Realm is the Immortal Ascension Realm, and only after Immortal Ascension could one be considered an Immortal Cultivator. That's a lot of realms. Shi Meili was speechless. Dong Yi nodded. That's why I highly advise against approaching by Xutao now, my liege. Although you may have the upper hand with his suppressed cultivation, you won't stand a chance against him if he gets even a little serious. Yuan remained resolute and mumbled, so I have a good chance at killing him before he unseals his powers, huh? That's good enough for me. Dong Yi's eyes widened at his words and quickly responded, my liege, until you have enough power to deal with the entire Heavenly White Tiger clan, you should refrain from doing something so drastic and reckless. I understand that you are angry, but even I won't be able to protect you if the Heavenly White Tiger clan were to seriously come after you for killing their treasured child. They are that powerful? Yuan frowned. Yes. They may not be as noble as previously, but they are definitely as powerful. Killing by Xutao will not only endanger your own life but your friends as well. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder Dong Yi's words. A moment later, he opened his eyes, which flickered with a vicious light, and mumbled, in other words, I can do anything but kill him directly, right? What do you plan on doing? Dong Yi asked after swallowing nervously. Don't worry about it and find me by Xutao, he spoke in a commanding tone. Dong Yi sighed inwardly, but he could not refuse Yuan's orders and nodded, I understand. I'll locate by Xutao by the end of the day. C1276 Locating by Xutao. Chapter 1276 Locating by Xutao. 1276 Locating by Xutao. Sometime later, Yuan asked, how long will she stay inside that egg? Until she fully recovers from her injuries, which could take months if not years, and since her bloodline was cursed, it will probably take years. Dong Yi explained. Years. Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration after learning that it could potentially be years until he sees Feng Yuxiang again. Not wanting to wait such a long time, he asked, is there anything we can do to lower that time, help her recover faster? There is one way. Since you're the immortal monarch, your blood should be able to help her recover faster, as well as weaken her curse at the same time. Dong Yi said. With that being said, you should not give her too much of your blood, as it could have the opposite effect and affect her negatively. How much blood should I give her? A few drops once a week should suffice. Okay. Yuan didn't hesitate to feed several drops of his blood to Feng Yuxiang immediately. The moment his blood touched the egg's surface, the golden symbol surrounding it emitted a faint glow, and his blood was absorbed into the shell as if it were being consumed. Looks like it's working. Dong Yi said. Yuan sighed in relief, and he prayed that it wouldn't take years before they met again. He then asked, one more thing. Can I take her with me when I travel? Dong Yi nodded, of course. However, if you want to carry her around safely, you'll need a special spatial ring that can store living entities inside. Fortunately, I happen to have something like that with me. He proceeded to retrieve a spatial ring and offered it to Yuan. This is a grand spatial ring. Unlike ordinary spatial rings, they have a whole world inside, allowing you to carry around living beings. The only drawback is its size, so you won't be able to fit as many things inside as an ordinary spatial ring. Even the biggest grand spatial rings out there won't have as much capacity as a medium-sized spatial ring or storage pouch. This grand spatial ring has enough room to fit Feng Yuxiang and 2 other individuals. Thank you for this. Yuan accepted the grand spatial ring. As curious as he was about its value, he feared that he would not be able to accept it after learning about it. My liege. Dong Yi called him. Yeah. When Yuan looked at him, Dong Yi suddenly lowered his head and spoke in a sincere voice. I'm truly sorry for this inconvenience. If this useless sack of old bones had shown up a little earlier, your precious friends wouldn't have been hurt. I had left the third heaven briefly to investigate the other ancient seal holders, but this isn't meant to be an excuse at all. I will accept any punishment you may have for me. Yuan shook his head and said, Stop it. You're not at fault here. And if it weren't for you, things would have ended much worse for all of us, so if anything, I should be thanking you. Thank you for protecting my friends, Dong Yi. My liege, Dong Yi muttered as he felt profound emotions welling up within his ancient soul. He then stood tall and spoke in a serious voice. This humble servant shall look for Xutao right now. If you need anything, just send me a message and I will come running back. Take us back to the city before you leave, Yuan said as he stored Feng Yuxiang inside the grand spatial ring. Sometime later, Yuan and Shi Meili returned to the city while Dong Yi went to find Xutao. What are we going to do now? Shi Meili asked him. I'm going to meet up with some of my friends to let them know that there will be a slight delay in our journey, and then I will deal with Xutao. After that, I'll find Liang Xiaosheng for his ancient seal. Oh, I also have to deal with the 10 great families before we make our way to the fourth heaven. Your friends? 10 great families? Shi Meili raised her eyebrows. Oh, you haven't met them yet, but they'll be traveling with us to the fourth heaven. As for the 10 great families, they aren't even worth mentioning. Yuan briefly explained. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the cultivator's haven. When he arrived, he could see 3 beauties standing outside the building. When these beauties noticed him, they immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. Omicron M, who is this? Chu Liuxiang asked, her gaze fixated on Shi Meili. This is Shi Meili. Yuan introduced her. Oh, you're the princess from the ancient dragon city, right? Nice to meet you. Chu Liuxiang. Mei Xiu. Li Jinxi. These are my friends, and they'll be traveling with us, Yuan added. Hello. I wasn't expecting to travel with such a large group. Shi Meili greeted them with a bright smile. However, she was crying inwardly. These 3 humans are so gorgeous. Does he only have beautiful females as friends or something? Not only are his servants beautiful, but even his traveling companions are beautiful. This made Shi Meili recall her talk with Shi Mingzi about having more rivals in the future. Meanwhile, Yuan said to them, I'm sorry, but something came up, so I'll have to delay it for a little longer. What happened? Is there anything we can do to help? Mei Xiu asked. Yuan showed them Feng Yuxiang's egg and explained the situation to them. What? How dare that bastard do such a thing to Feng? Chu Liuxiang was greatly agitated by the end. Yuan, are you okay? Well, be here if you need to talk. Mei Xiu said. He nodded, I'm fine, but I'll make that bastard pay for hurting them. Should I help you? Li Jinxi asked. No, this man is really powerful. Even I wouldn't be able to defeat him if he used his full power. If he's as powerful as you say, how will you make him pay? He restricted his cultivation to Spirit King to obey the rules of this place, so it's not as though he's untouchable from the get-go. I see. Then good luck. The next moment, Dong Ye's voice echoed in Yuan's mind, My liege, I've located Xutao. Yuan's eyes sparkled with a profound intensity as he inquired, where is he? C1277 Meeting Xutao. Chapter 1277 Meeting Xutao. 1277 Meeting Xutao. After hearing that Dong Yi had located Xutao, Yuan immediately asked, where is he? He is about 30,000 miles away in a city called East Victory. Dong Yi said. Yuan then said to Mei Xiu and the others, I just received news of Zitao's location, so I will be heading there now. Xiao Hua, Yingying, stay here with them. I don't want you guys to get involved. Xiao Hua and Lan Yingying left his body after hearing his words. Are you sure, Brother Yuan? I can come with you just in case. Xiao Hua asked him in a slightly worried voice, as he was essentially picking a fight with someone who was close to reaching immortality. The difference between their prowess was so vast that no amount of talent would help him win. Yuan nodded with a calm smile. Don't worry, I have some tricks up my sleeves. And there's still Dong Yi, who will be watching over me. Okay. Stay safe. Xiao Hua no longer tried to convince him to not confront Bai Xutao alone. Make sure you beat that bastard up good, Yuan. Chu Liuxiang cheered for him. Yuan disappeared from their sights the following moment after being transported by Dong Yi. My liege, although I will be watching over you, I won't intervene unless your life is on the line and you are completely helpless. Please don't misunderstand, as it would put you and your friends in even greater danger if my presence is revealed to be connected to you. After all, I am already being hunted by the Celestial Emperor and his dogs, and your true identity must remain hidden until you are powerful enough. Don't worry, Dong Yi. I understand, and I only need you to take me out of there when I give you the signal. As you command. Once Yuan arrived at the city, he asked, Bai Xutao is inside that city, correct? Indeed. I cannot fight him while he is still inside that city, as I do not want to repeat what happened to the other city. If the two of us fought, the entire city would surely be destroyed. Is there any way to lure him out here? Yuan pondered out loud with a slight frown on his face. I could wrap him out here, but that is out of the question, as such actions would leave my scent on him. I'll think of something while I take a good look at him for myself, Yuan said as he approached the city. Meanwhile, inside the city, Bai Xutao approached a beautiful woman who caught his interest and introduced himself. How are you doing, my lady? I'm Bai Xutao, and I am from the upper heavens. Would you like to have tea with me? The woman chuckled and said, Upper heavens? This is my first time hearing that for a pickup line. If you came from the upper heavens, then I am the emperor's wife. Naturally, the woman did not believe for a second that Bai Xutao had come from the upper heavens. After all, why would someone from the upper heavens be wasting his time courting women in broad daylight? However, Bai Xutao did not appear to be offended by her reaction at all and continued smiling. You don't believe me? Then how about this? Bai Xutao retrieved a medallion from his spatial ring and showed it to the woman. Only those who have been authorized to descend are given this medallion. Do you believe me now? The woman covered her mouth as her face became filled with surprise. You are really from the upper heavens? What are you doing down here? She inquired. Just some family business that doesn't really require my attention, so I decided to come out to play a little. How about it, pretty lady? Do you have some time to spare? The woman pondered a little before nodding. Just a little, okay? Great. Follow me. Bai Xutao chuckled as he led the woman into a nearby restaurant. Yuan watched the whole scene from a distance. What an unbelievable fellow. He destroyed a city and killed hundreds of innocent people not long ago, and he's already back to courting girls like it never happened. Yuan was speechless. After spending some time pondering what he should do, Yuan entered the same restaurant. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist was slightly startled when she saw Yuan's appearance, but she didn't say anything about it. I'm here with my friend. He has white and black hair, and he came in here with a woman with brown hair. Yuan said. Lightsvel, oh, they're on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Yuan gave her a slight nod before walking to the 3rd floor. There were several private rooms on the 3rd floor, all of them with their doors closed. Yuan approached the one at the end of the hallway and opened it without hesitation. Inside, Bai Xutao and the woman had been chatting merrily until they were suddenly interrupted. Who the hell are you? Bai Xutao immediately questioned Yuan. However, Yuan didn't respond to his question and instead laughed in a mocking tone. Bai Xutao, did you trick another naive woman with that fake medallion of yours? I must say, you're quite the genius to have come up with such a plan. What? The woman's face became filled with disbelief upon hearing his words. What the fuck are you talking about? My medallion is real. And who the fuck are you? Remove your mask and show me your face. Xutao was as taken aback as the woman and panicked for a moment. You despicable bastard. In a fit of anger, the woman threw her tea at Xutao, soaking his face, and then stormed out of the room without giving him a chance to defend himself. Yuan didn't say anything and merely stared at Xutao in silence. A moment later, Zitao's voice cracked with fury as he bellowed, "Why you fucking bastard!" His entire body quivered with rage as he slammed the table, destroying it. Seeing his reaction, a smile appeared on Yuan's face that was covered by his mask. C1278 Confronting Xutao. Chapter 1278 Confronting Xutao. 1278 Confronting Xutao. I don't care who you are, I swear upon my name that I will rip you from limb to limb and feed your bones to the dogs for this humiliation. Xutao growled as he stood up and glared at Yuan with intense killing intent in his gaze. In his entire life, he has never felt so humiliated before, and what he experienced with Feng Yuxiang and Shi Meili could be neglected in comparison. In response, Yuan chuckled, "Rip me from limb to limb? You can't even court girls properly, yet you want to do something that complicated? I cannot wait to see you try." Zitao's face was so red from anger that steam could be seen coming out of his ears. "I'm going to kill you." Zitao's aura exploded. However, before Xutao could do anything, Yuan escaped through the window. Xutao was taken aback by this and roared, "Are you serious? Where the fuck do you think you are going?" Without even thinking about it, Xutao immediately chased after Yuan. While in hot pursuit of Yuan, Xutao couldn't help but notice the familiarity in Yuan's movement technique. However, his seething anger prevented him from realizing that it was the very same technique employed by Feng Yuxiang when they fought. "Hey! You're a little slow for a dog. Are you hurt somewhere? Do you want me to slow down a little for you?" Yuan suddenly took the time to provoke Xutao in the middle of their cat-and-mouse chase. Xutao was so angry that he couldn't even find any words to respond. Instead, he released a primal, thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. In the very next moment, his speed surged dramatically. Seeing this, Yuan also increased his speed, just enough that it seemed like Xutao was slowly catching up. Eventually, they ventured so far from the city that nothing but trees and mountains stretched as far as the eye could discern. Once he was confident that their fight would not disturb anyone, Yuan slowed down to a halt. When Xutao saw this chance, his eyes lit up, and without stopping, he rushed at Yuan with his claw-like hands ready to snatch Yuan by the throat. Right as Zitao's claws reached his throat, Yuan's figure flickered, disappearing right before Zitao's eyes. Gah! Yuan re-emerged by Zitao's side the next instant, his fist struck deep into Zitao's stomach, forcing everything he had consumed at the restaurant out. And without giving Xutao a chance to recover, Yuan continued to beat him until Xutao eventually escaped from his grasp. "Why you fucking bastard?" Xutao muttered as he gasped for air. Underestimating Yuan due to his Spirit King cultivation turned out to be a costly mistake for Xutao, resulting in a thorough beating for several moments. If his friends learned that he'd taken a beating from someone in the third heaven, even if it was just for a brief moment, he would become a laughingstock for several centuries. "I will admit that you took me by surprise there. However, that was your only chance to kill me, and you just missed it," Xutao said after he wiped the puke from his mouth. "Is that so?" Yuan remained calm as he waited for Zitao's next move. "Before I kill you, tell me, why did you come after me? And why are you hiding your face behind a mask? Are you afraid that I would recognize you? Or are you just that ugly?" Xutao inquired with an arrogant look on his face. "No real reason at all. You look like a good punching bag, and I just couldn't help myself." Yuan casually shrugged. "I see." Xutao murmured as his aura surged drastically. "Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I am going to give you a slow and painful death. Xutao exclaimed as his figure flickered, disappearing into thin air. Heavenly Tigers advance. Xutao materialized behind Yuan in an instant, his claw-like hands already closing in on Yuan's neck. Heavenly Tiger's fangs. Without glancing back, Yuan pivoted around, his fist shrouded in a tyrannical energy. Relentless dragon overwhelms the 9 heavens. With intent, Yuan directed his fist squarely at Xutao's claw-like hands. When their attacks clashed, Xutao grimaced in excruciating pain, as Yuan's overwhelming strength obliterated his entire right arm, tearing his muscles and shattering his bones instantly. Lightsenvul, ah! Fuck! Xutao hastily backed away from Yuan. When he looked at his right arm, it was a gruesome mess, looking as though it had been through a meat grinder. The very next moment, Xutao reached into his spatial ring with his left hand and retrieved a pill, tossing it directly into his mouth. Yuan then watched as Xutao's destroyed arm made a full recovery within seconds before his very eyes. That medicine is pretty strong. If only your arm was as strong as the medicine, it wouldn't have snapped like a twig. Yuan did not forget to provoke him some more. Xutao glared at him with a deep frown. What the hell is going on? He's clearly only a spirit king, so how is he overpowering me? He wondered inwardly. The strength he had exerted could have effortlessly vanquished both Feng Yuxiang and Ximei Li in a single blow, yet he suffered another humiliating defeat at the hands of a mere spirit king, a human at that. After experiencing so many defeats, not to mention the pain of his arm being destroyed, Xutao's fury subsided, granting him a moment of clarity. In his current condition, he could see that the masked man wasn't an ordinary human, and there was something profound about him. You're not from this realm, are you? Xutao asked him. No, I am not. Yuan gave him a proper response for the first time. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Xutao swiftly deduced that Yuan must hail from the upper heavens, much like himself. No wonder why he's wearing that mask. He doesn't want me to know his identity, he thought. Unbeknownst to him, he was only half right. But he couldn't have guessed that Yuan was someone from Earth, a world that is even weaker than the lower heavens. C1279 Overwhelming Prowess. Chapter 1279 Overwhelming Prowess. 1279 Overwhelming Prowess. Despite coming from the upper heavens and knowing my identity, you still dared to assault me? Are you insane? I can have your entire family executed for your crimes. Xutao sneered. What are you talking about? You're the one who assaulted me first. Yuan said. I am only defending myself. Bullshit. If you hadn't humiliated me with that lie at the restaurant, we wouldn't be here right now. Me? Lie? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yuan acted stupid. Xutao could feel his anger coming back. Enough of this, I don't care why you approached me, but you'll regret it. I'll make sure of it. Xutao's aura increased even further, almost as though he had no limits to his strength. And without saying anything else, he began attacking Yuan again. However, he still found himself on the losing end, being punched left and right by Yuan. Fuck. 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 I don't care anymore. Even if I have to deal with a heavenly tribulation later, I will not let this bastard humiliate me any longer. Having reached this decision, Xutao immediately unsealed his cultivation base, propelling it from peak Spirit King to peak Spirit Emperor in a mere heartbeat. As he ascended to the rank of Spirit Emperor, his aura underwent a profound transformation, and his spiritual energy surged skyward, exuding a powerful presence that was prohibited in the third heaven. He's still underestimating me, huh? Yuan grinned upon witnessing Xutao's transformation. Well, this couldn't be more perfect. Meanwhile, Xutao became enraged when he noticed that Yuan was still in the Spirit King realm, misunderstanding the situation. How dare he look down on me? Xutao surmised that Yuan's reluctance to unseal his cultivation stemmed from a perception of being underestimated. After taking a moment to channel his anger into energy, Xutao rushed at Yuan again. Now that he was an entire realm above Yuan, Bai Xutao expected to waste him without any effort. Heavenly Tiger's Destruction Wave. Bai Xutao roared, attacking Yuan with the same technique that destroyed a third of a city, yet it was 100 times stronger than previously. In the blink of an eye, the sound waves generated by the technique obliterated the scenery behind Yuan, reducing the trees and even mountains to nothingness. What? Bai Zitao's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed that Yuan remained unscathed by his assault, even though he was convinced it had not missed its mark. In response, Yuan cleaned his ears with his pinky and muttered, "Can you not do that again? That tickled my ears." "How did you?" Right as Bai Xutao opened his mouth, Yuan rushed at him and started beating on him again, almost as though Bai Zitao's increased cultivation never even happened. After snapping out of his daze, Bai Xutao removed some more of his restraints, reaching peak spirit sovereign. You bastard. Bai Zitao's arms suddenly transformed into tiger arms. Heavenly Tiger's Severing Fury. He unleashed a dozen swings of his claws at Yuan, each stroke giving rise to 5 formidable wind blades that cleaved through everything in their path, their power and sharpness rivaling that of sword aura. Using nothing but his bare hands, Yuan swung them at the wind blades, effortlessly cutting them in half as if he were chopping through mere twigs. The split wind blades continued to fly into the distance, cleaving through anything that dared to block their paths as easily as cutting tofu. And no way. What are you? Bai Xutao was in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that he was still being overwhelmed by a spirit king while he was a spirit sovereign. Even though he could increase his cultivation even further, to spirit enlightenment, he was hesitant to do so, as his heavenly tribulation would grow stronger as he unsealed more of his powers, and using the powers of a spirit enlightenment in the third heaven would threaten even someone like him as long as he remained in this realm. With increasing his cultivation ruled out as an option, Bai Xutao resolved to execute the next best course of action. Lightsenville, I didn't think I would bring this out in a place like this. Bai Xutao muttered as he retrieved a pair of white gloves that resembled a tiger's paw. The pair of gloves emitted a distinct aura that could only be associated with soul weapons, a feeling that Yuan was well acquainted with. The moment he wore the gloves, Bai Zitao's aura skyrocketed even further even though his cultivation remained the same. Each soul weapon possessed its individual set of effects, and the gloves seemed to have substantially increased Bai Zitao's stats, as he was at least 3 times more powerful compared to just moments ago. Yuan contemplated summoning his Empyrean overlord, but he was concerned that such an action might unveil his true identity, so he had to decide between Starry Abyss or Dragon's Soul. Since I have never used Dragon's Soul before, it'll almost be impossible to identify me unless they go to the ancient Dragon City. Yuan thought to himself, summoning Dragon's Soul a moment later. Che. So you also have a soul weapon. Although Bai Xutao wasn't surprised that someone as powerful as Yuan had a soul weapon, he had hoped that wasn't the case. Whatever. Even if you have a soul weapon, there's no way it's more powerful than mine, which belonged to the heavenly white tiger god himself. Bai Xutao exclaimed as he confronted Yuan with confidence. Even though he summoned his soul weapon, Yuan didn't immediately use it and still relied on his limbs to fight Bai Xutao, mostly his legs. Seeing this, Bai Xutao didn't even bother to dodge his kicks, allowing them to strike him on purpose. Yuan immediately realized why Bai Xutao had disposed of all of his defenses, as there seemed to be an invisible armor protecting him that absorbed all of the kicks. It's no use. As long as I am wielding my beast's unyielding might, none of your attacks will affect me. You won't be able to touch even a single hair on my body now. Ahahaha. Bai Xutao laughed out loud as he focused solely on offense, pouncing on Yuan like a mad tiger. C1280 Breaking Bai Xutao. Chapter 1280 Breaking Bai Xutao. 1280 Breaking Bai Xutao. Despite the ineffectiveness of his initial attacks, which felt like punching a steel wall, Yuan persisted in his efforts to breach Bai Zitao's defenses. Ha ha ha. It's futile. You can keep struggling, but my defense is invincible. Bai Xutao chortled maniacally. Heavenly Tiger's Severing Fury. Not only did Bai Zitao's defenses experience a substantial boost, but his offensive capabilities also soared, perhaps even surpassing his formidable defenses. What's wrong? Is your soul weapon just for show? Xutao provoked him after noticing that he hadn't used his weapon once since he summoned it. Are you sure? I don't want to accidentally kill you. Yuan replied. I'd like to see you try. Xutao grinned, and he suddenly stopped moving. He spread his arms and gestured, come. I'll even give you a chance to kill me. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Xutao. Go ahead. What are you waiting for? Xutao began approaching him with complete confidence written all over his face. Then I won't be humble. Without any hesitation, Yuan swung the dragon's soul at Xutao, but he didn't aim for the neck. Shah! The following moment, Xutao's eyes widened with disbelief when the dragon's soul tore right through his invisible armor and detached his right arm, almost as though his defenses had suddenly disappeared. Wah! Xutao immediately distanced himself from Yuan before taking out another pill and swallowing it. A few seconds later, his severed arm regenerated entirely. Yuan then pointed at his severed arm in the distance and said, Go grab your soul weapon. I won't touch you until you do. You bastard. The confidence on Xutao's face had been wiped clean off, and he hastily went to retrieve his soul weapon, feeling humiliated once again. Meanwhile, Yuan couldn't help but be inwardly impressed by the dragon's soul's performance. He had struck Xutao without employing any techniques just now, yet he had effortlessly severed Xutao's arm. As expected of a soul weapon that is related to the dragon goddess, he smiled inwardly. After realizing that Yuan could somehow penetrate his defenses, Xutao refrained from recklessly approaching him. Curse it all. Just who is this guy? Why is he so incredibly powerful? I've never heard of anyone like him in the upper heavens. Xutao lamented inwardly, his thoughts in turmoil as he desperately sought to uncover Yuan's true identity. Seeing Xutao's hesitation, Yuan smiled and spoke, Why are you thinking so much? Just increase your cultivation again. Maybe you'll be able to suppress me when you're at spirit enlightenment. Xutao clenched his teeth in frustration. Though he was reluctant to unlock more of his cultivation, he couldn't imagine defeating Yuan in his current state. Do I have no other choice? Damn it all. If I don't do it, he might actually kill me. In the end, Xutao decided to increase his cultivation once again, entering the first level of spirit enlightenment. In his thoughts, Xutao recognized that without increasing his cultivation, he would likely meet his end at Yuan's hands. However, he believed he had a reasonable chance of surviving the heavenly tribulation due to the abundance of resources at his disposal. Naturally, he had little confidence in overcoming Yuan even with the release of his full cultivation, but such considerations had to be set aside for the moment. So, this is spirit enlightenment, huh? The pressure is no joke. Yuan swallowed nervously after feeling the oppressive aura being exuded by Xutao. Not only was Xutao now 3 entire realms above him, but Xutao wasn't an ordinary spirit enlightenment cultivator either. He hailed from a formidable clan in the upper heavens and possessed a true cultivation level far beyond spirit enlightenment. Now that things have reached this point, I will have to get serious, or I'll die. Yuan thought to himself. He closed his eyes and recalled the feeling he had felt when he transformed. Dragon Awakening. In the following instant, Yuan's black hair transformed to a shimmering gold, and his eyes ignited with a brilliant gold hue. His aura swelled, emanating a domineering presence. What? Xutao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Yuan's transformation, and he mumbled in a bewildered tone, You were a beast all along. Having held the belief that Yuan was a human this entire time, and observing no prior indications of Yuan being a beast, this revelation greatly astonished him. Lightsvel Yuan aimed his spear at Xutao, his voice chillingly cold as he remarked, Try not to die too quickly. The instant his sentence ended, Yuan attacked Xutao. Yuan's movements were so swift that Xutao could scarcely react, and before he even realized, his left leg had been cleanly severed. Xutao didn't even have the time to express his pain before Yuan attacked again, aiming for his other leg. Xutao swiftly evaded the attack, but despite his efforts, Yuan's spear still grazed him, tearing away a chunk of flesh from his other leg. When he realized that his strength was still insufficient, Xutao did not hesitate to increase his cultivation again, entering the second level of spirit enlightenment. He also tossed another pill into his mouth, quickly regrowing his lost limbs. Seeing this, Yuan pushed himself even further. Shah! Once again, Yuan managed to sever Xutao's legs. This time, he severed both legs with one swing. What the fuck is this bastard? Xutao began to panic when it seemed like he would always be behind Yuan no matter how much he increased his cultivation. Over the next several minutes, Yuan would cut off Xutao's limbs over and over again, littering the ground with dozens of Xutao's limbs. Xutao would continuously swallow pills to restore his limbs and increase his cultivation, reaching all the way to the 9th level of spirit enlightenment. However, his mental strength did the opposite and deteriorated rapidly. Eventually, Xutao could no longer endure the torture and snapped. Enough. I have had enough. I don't care if I die after this as long as I take you with me, he unleashed his loudest roar yet. My liege, you need to retreat now. He's going to unseal all of his cultivation. Dong Yi suddenly warned him. Yuan nodded. But just as Dong Yi prepared to teleport Yuan away, another presence manifested in their vicinity, and a commanding voice boomed a second later. What do you think you're doing? Halt this instant. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Xutao ceased his actions and regained his composure. Elder sister, he mumbled in a dazed voice. Sure enough, Bai Ning appeared before them a moment later. What in Immortal Monarch's name is happening here? She glared at Xutao, demanding answers. C1281 You already know my name. Chapter 1281 You already know my name 1281 You already know my name, Xutao, you bastard. What the fuck have you done? Not only have you once again sneaked away, but you've also violated a heavenly decree. Why did you unseal your cultivation? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Bai Ning interrogated Xutao the moment she arrived. I can explain this. Xutao replied hurriedly, his face fraught with fear. You better have a good explanation for your actions, or I will end you myself right now. Bai Ning's gaze emitted a potent aura of bloodlust, her patience with Xutao's antics thoroughly worn thin. Xutao immediately pointed at Yuan and cried out loud, "It's all that bastard's fault. He came out of nowhere and provoked me while I was minding my own business and drinking tea with a new friend. Not only did he humiliate me, he even attacked me. I was only defending myself." He proceeded to direct his finger at the dozens of limbs on the ground and continued, "Look down there, at my limbs. I was forced to use almost all of my supreme rejuvenation pills because of him." Bai Ning looked at the ground where Xutao's severed limbs were scattered about like trash and frowned. Turning her attention to Yuan, she inquired, "Who are you?" "It's common courtesy to offer your own introduction before seeking to learn about others," Yuan replied calmly. Following a momentary silence, Bai Ning abruptly vanished from her position, appearing in front of Yuan with a swiftness so remarkable that he could barely perceive the motion. "I won't ask again," she spoke in a frigid tone. "She's strong. Really strong." Yuan cried inwardly. Even without the need for a confrontation, Yuan could discern that she was immensely more powerful than Xutao. Despite that, he did not give in to her pressure and said, "I won't repeat myself either." Before he could complete his sentence, Bai Ning suddenly extended her hand toward his throat with the intention of killing him. Yuan anticipated her actions and managed to respond promptly, deflecting her hand with his own. Bai Ning's eyes widened slightly, clearly taken aback. After blocking her attack, Yuan distanced himself from her. Bai Ning did not follow him and remained still. "Why did you target Xutao?" Bai Ning inquired suddenly. "It's none of your business." "Regrettably, it is. No matter how inept he may be, he is still my younger brother from the same family, and as the eldest in the family, I have a right to understand why someone is targeting my sibling," Bai Ning asserted. "So you're his sister, huh?" Yuan had heard about her from Shi Meili. However, since she wasn't involved in their incident, Yuan couldn't justify attacking her, even if she was by Xutao's sibling. If she had attacked Shi Meili or was responsible for Feng Yuxiang's current situation, he would have had enough reason to act. I don't know who he is, but he's undoubtedly from the upper heavens. He's also a beast, although I can't discern his specific race by scent alone, as there's something peculiar about it, Bai Xutao interjected. Whatever. I don't care about your identity or your reason for attacking Bai Xutao, but since you dared to lay hands on a member of the Heavenly White Tiger clan, I will punish you accordingly and question you afterward. Bai Ning's aura surged the following moment, and unlike Bai Xutao, she did not underestimate Yuan, entering the peak of Spirit Emperor without hesitation. Yuan didn't want to fight her, but seeing how she was determined to fight him, he no longer had a choice. A moment later, the two would clash against each other, their formidable spiritual energies colliding in a fierce confrontation. This person, he's formidable. Bai Ning recognized Yuan's strength and comprehended how he had managed to press Bai Xutao to his limits. Neither of them would overpower the other even many minutes and thousands of exchanges later. Over time, Bai Ning's battle with Yuan ceased to be about punishment and transformed into a form of enjoyment. After all, she had very few peers who could match her strength, even in the upper heavens. Bai Xutao was utterly astonished to see someone last this long against Bai Ning, who was widely feared and respected in the upper heavens. Not only does he have a lower cultivation than her, he's even fighting her on equal footing. He cried inwardly. If he were to mention this fight to the people in the upper heavens, not even his own parents would believe him, such was the sheer absurdity of the spectacle unfolding before him. Sometime later, as Bai Ning remained engrossed in her battle with Yuan, the sky above them abruptly grew dim and overcast, almost as though a thunderstorm was approaching. Shit. The heavenly tribulation. I completely forgot about it. Bai Xutao cried out loud when he saw the darkened sky. When she realized that her enjoyment was coming to an end, Bai Ning clicked her tongue in disappointment. If only we had crossed paths under different circumstances, we might have made fine sparring partners, she remarked to him, then added, regrettably, it's time to end this. Unfortunate, indeed. Yuan agreed with her. Suddenly, Bai Ning's aura surged to even greater heights, and her cultivation reached the peak of Spirit Sovereign. Are you certain you don't wish to, at the very least, divulge your name with me before I end your life? Bai Ning inquired about his identity again. Yuan smiled and said, you already know my name. What? Bai Ning was caught off guard by his response, yet she couldn't quite fathom its significance. My liege, I am going to teleport you to safety now. Dong Ye's voice resounded again. Bai Ning suddenly furrowed her brow, detecting Yuan's attempt to escape. Don't even think about it. Bai Ning roared as she prepared to stop him. Halt. Yuan suddenly bellowed in a commanding tone. Inexplicably, Bai Ning found herself abruptly losing control over her own body and froze in place. Then, before her very eyes, Bai Ning watched helplessly as Yuan vanished from her sight like a ghost. C1282 Crucial Matter. Chapter 1282 Crucial Matter. 1282 Crucial Matter. Once Yuan's presence disappeared, Bai Ning immediately regained control over her own body, yet she continued to remain frozen in place, her face filled with shock and disbelief. What just happened? Why did my body suddenly? She looked at her own hands and tried to fathom what had just occurred, yet she couldn't find an answer even with her vast experience and expansive knowledge. Elder sister. What should I do? Bai Zitao's desperate cries immediately interrupted her thoughts. She turned to look at him with a frown and responded in a cold voice, whatever you are supposed to do. Don't act like this is your first encounter with a heavenly tribulation. But I have never encountered one this powerful. He stammered nervously, swallowing hard as the dark clouds expanded, enveloping the entire sky above them. Bai Ning looked at the clouds and sneered, you might be on the verge of death after this, but you won't die. And without saying another word, she left him to deal with the heavenly tribulation alone. Damn it. That fucking bitch is as heartless as ever. Family, my fucking ass. Xutao cursed at her inwardly before clearing his mind and preparing to deal with the heavenly tribulation. Eventually, a bolt of purple lightning struck Xutao, obliterating everything within a 1,000-mile radius around him, and it repeated 4 times, with each successive strike growing more potent. Xutao utilized all of his life-saving treasures and resources to deal with the heavenly tribulation, as he wouldn't be able to survive on his own power, at least not in his current state. Meanwhile, after leaving Xutao alone, Bai Ning tried to search for Yuan, traveling tens of thousands of miles, only stopping when it was her turn to deal with the heavenly tribulation. And despite only unsealing her cultivation to Spirit Sovereign, her heavenly tribulation was countless times more powerful than Xutao's heavenly tribulation, mostly due to her true cultivation as a true immortal. Each bolt of lightning was strong enough to obliterate a spirit enlightenment cultivator 1,000 times, yet all Bai Ning had to do was wave her sleeves, destroying the lightning and only suffering minor injuries afterward. The heavenly tribulation only lasted for 3 strikes before it disappeared, and Bai Ning immediately returned to her search. She also couldn't help but replay Yuan's words inside her mind continuously. You already know my name. What in the world does he mean by that? I already know his identity. No, that's impossible. I wouldn't forget someone like him. Bai Ning hadn't experienced this level of frustration in a long while. In fact, she had never felt this degree of helplessness in her entire life. And the more she contemplated it, the more her frustration intensified, almost to the point of madness. Meanwhile, Xutao was on the verge of death after his heavenly tribulation came to an end. If he thought about how much resources he had used in such a short time, it would probably push him to his death. Instead, he focused on blaming Yuan and cursed at him non-stop. I swear I will not rest until I find you and make you pay 1,000,000 times for this humiliation. I swear. Ah, he cried out in anguish while lying on the ground, his gaze fixed on the heavens. As for Yuan, he found himself back at Dong Ye's cabin after being teleported. Thanks. I would have been in trouble there if you didn't teleport me away, he expressed his gratitude to Dong Yi. Please don't thank me, I was simply doing my job. Dong Yi shook his head. And he continued, anyway, as expected of you, my liege. I am impressed by how well you played them. They're definitely stomping the ground in anger as we speak. I wish I could have done more, he sighed. If you'd done more, you would have killed Xutao at the very least. Honestly, you could have killed him and probably gotten away with it since you hid your identity well, with the slight exception of that hint you gave the woman. Yuan removed his mask, revealing a bittersweet smile. I couldn't help it. Before I knew it, those words had already escaped my lips, he sighed. It'll be fine, I think. Even an immortal monarch fanatic like Bai Ning wouldn't dare imagine that you are the actual immortal monarch. Dong Yi tried to reassure him of the safety of his identity. Either way, what's done is done, Yuan said. And he continued, anyways, now that we are alone, I have something to talk to you about. Is this related to that crucial matter you mentioned before? Dong Yi asked. Yuan nodded, and he spoke. Before that, I must ask you, are you aware that this body of mine is only an avatar created from a portion of my soul? Lightsvel he figured that someone with a cultivation as high as Dong Yes wouldn't be influenced by the Celestial Emperor's curse. Hearing his question, Dong Yi silently nodded his head with a smile on it. I am aware of your situation, my liege, he said. So you know that my real body is currently located somewhere far away from the 9 heavens? Yuan wanted more confirmation. Indeed. In fact, I have known about it even before we met. Dong Yi confirmed. Good, then this will speed things up, Yuan said. And he proceeded to tell Dong Yi of his situation on Earth. A formation keeping the world alive, huh? It must be the work of a blood mastiff, as they are the only ones who could possibly maintain such a powerful formation for so long. Dong Yi mumbled out loud. Yuan then explained his current plan to Dong Yi. If you are looking for a soul belonging to a god Ascension realm cultivator, the Shadow Realm will definitely house some there, but it's also extremely dangerous there. Unless absolutely necessary, even I wouldn't venture to that grim place. Dong Yi shuddered just thinking about the atmosphere there, as well as the countless immortal souls trapped there since ancient times. Dangerous or not, I have no choice but to go there, unless you have another idea. Yuan looked at him. I can think of several other places where you might find that kind of soul, but unfortunately, these places are even more dangerous than the Shadow Realm, so they are out of the question. Dong Yi said. The Shadow Realm it is then. Yuan sighed. C1283 Gateway to Hell. Chapter 1283 Gateway to Hell. 1283 Gateway to Hell. Speaking of the Shadow Realm, do you know how I can reach that place? Yuan asked. I know there's a way to get there in the lower heavens, but I'm not sure I can enter that place again, so I will need a new path there. The fourth heaven. Dong Yi responded, continuing in a grim voice, in the fourth heaven, there is a place called Vanishing Valley. It's a dangerous area, one of 4 gateway to hell to exist in the 9 heavens. Gateway to hell? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Dong Yi then explained, they are also called forbidden zones, extremely dangerous areas that even immortals avoid at all costs. Most people that enter will never return, hence the name. Fortunately, the Vanishing Valley is the least dangerous of the 4 out there, but that's not really saying much. The Vanishing Valley is a deceptive place that may not appear very expansive at first glance, but once you step into the valley, it magically stretches on endlessly, ensnaring you within its confines for eternity, not to mention the countless powerful magical beasts roaming within that place. And when I say powerful, I mean there exist magical beasts rivaling immortal cultivators, despite it being located in the 4th heaven, where the limit is spirit enlightenment. Magical beasts as powerful as immortals? Yuan swallowed nervously after hearing this information. Even with his talents, he wouldn't last a single breath against such powerful opponents. There's a reason why even immortals perish in these regions. Forbidden zones defy all logic and transcend heavenly rules. They are domains not intended for humans, Dong Yi added solemnly. Is this the only way into the Shadow Realm? Yuan then asked. No, but the next entrance is in the 7th heaven. Unless you want to wait until then, you will have to enter through the Vanishing Valley, and even if you wish to wait, it won't be any safer than the Vanishing Valley. I will head to the Vanishing Valley then. Yuan declared. Will you be coming with me? He then asked. I have faith in your abilities, my liege. Dong Yi smiled. So you won't be coming, regrettably. I'm unable to enter a forbidden zone due to their unique properties, which would strip me of my technique and reveal my existence in this world, Dong Yi lamented. Unique properties? Yuan inquired for more information. Dong Yi nodded and continued with his explanation. All forbidden zones are shrouded in a unique energy that nullifies any disguises, including concealment techniques, and without such techniques, my presence would be announced to the entire world, which will lead to an all-out war. Is that so? Well, I wasn't expecting you to follow me everywhere I go, anyway. Yuan shrugged. I have one more question. The curse cast by the Celestial Emperor, which is currently afflicting many in the 9 heavens, is there any way to dispel it? How did you manage to evade it? Dong Yi did not immediately respond and pondered for a moment before answering. The curse itself has no effect on those at God Ascension. As for getting rid of the curse for those already affected, this useless servant has very limited experience when it comes to curses, so I cannot help you. I'm sorry. Yuan shook his head, it's fine. I'm sure we'll find a way eventually. Sometime later, Dong Yi said, my liege, regarding the matter with the ancient seals. I have located Liang Xiaosheng, the previous patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan. Oh. Where is he? He spends most of his retirement at the Tunes of Heaven's establishment in North Wind City. It's not far from here, actually. If that's the case, I should visit him first before I return to the others. My liege, if you are after his ancient seal, you will most likely have to take it from his corpse, as it is their job to protect the seal even at the cost of their lives. Dong Yi warned him. The identities of the ancient seal holders are shrouded in secrecy for a reason, as they bear the responsibility of safeguarding the seals. It's only logical to assume that taking them by force might be the necessary course of action. Yuan fell silent, as he didn't want to forcefully steal the ancient seal. Is there any way to acquire the seal without fighting? Yuan asked. Dong Yi silently shook his head. Is that so? Yuan closed his eyes and sighed. They'll try to convince him to hand over the seal without fighting, but if I must, I will take it by force. Then he'll take you to the city now. Dong Yi said. Sometime later, Yuan was transported right outside of North Wind City. Lightsenville upon entering the city, he immediately began inquiring about the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. Tunes of Heaven's establishment? Head to the entertainment district in the southern part of the city. You'll realize you're close when you begin hearing music. Thanks. Yuan began heading towards the south as directed. After walking for several minutes, Yuan suddenly caught the sound of a zither being played. I must be getting close. The sound only grew louder as he got closer to his destination, yet nobody on the street seemed to be bothered by it. In fact, they were all enjoying the free music. Eventually, he spotted the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. It was an expansive 4-story building that occupied half of the city block. The constant flow of people entering and exiting the establishment indicated its popularity. When Yuan approached the entrance, he was stopped by a beautiful young woman, who asked him, "Are you here to dine in the lobby, or do you have an appointment with someone?" "I'm here to dine," he said. "And are you here alone?" "I am." "I understand. Please, follow me." Yuan nodded and followed the woman inside. The first floor had the appearance and setup of a restaurant, but there was a small stage at the center of the room, graced by another beautiful woman who was performing with her zither. C1284 Flashing Memories. Chapter 1284 Flashing Memories. 1284 Flashing Memories. Here is your seat. The woman gestured to show Yuan his table. Thanks. He was closer to the walls than the stage in the center of the room, but he was still able to have a clear view of the woman on the stage. The woman then said, "If you wish to have a meal while you enjoy the show, this is the menu. If this is your first time at our establishment, you should know that we charge an extra fee for every 30 minutes that you stay here. The price will also be on the menu." And she continued, "There's also the option to rent a private room and hire one of our experts to give you a private performance if you're interested." After the brief introduction, the woman left him alone and returned to the entrance of the building to welcome the next guest. Yuan looked around the room and thought to himself, since he's from a renowned family, he will most likely have a private room. He proceeded to use his divine sense to inspect every individual within the building to find Liang Xiaosheng. However, he couldn't find anyone that fit the description given to him by Dong Yi, and the strongest cultivator there was only a spirit lord. According to Dong Yi, he shows up to this place almost every day. Since he's not here right now, let's just enjoy the show for now. Yuan opened the menu and proceeded to order a dozen dishes without hesitation. While he waited for his order, Yuan looked at the second menu, where he could hire one of their musicians. There were over 50 musicians on the roster at a glance, with 90% of them being women. Everyone had a different price, with the most expensive one to hire being 20 times more expensive than the second most expensive musician. Li Luoyang. 100 spirit stones an hour. Yuan's eyes widened at the extraordinary price tag. He personally cannot imagine spending so much money on an hour of music. Once he was finished with the menus, Yuan turned his focus to the woman performing on the stage, mostly to her slender fingers and the way they played the zither. Before he realized it, the music had put him into a trance-like state. In the midst of his daze, an image suddenly flashed inside his head, a piece of memory that he did not recognize. That was, in that fleeting memory, he witnessed a beautiful young woman playing the zither on a stage, yet the surroundings and the musician on the stage were somewhat different. Even though the memory flashed for less than a second, Yuan unmistakably identified the person on the stage as the Zither goddess. That was definitely the Zither goddess, albeit a little younger than what I remember. Why did she appear inside my head just now? He wondered. Thank you for the wait. Here is your food. A server showed up with his food shortly after. Shortly after Yuan began eating his food, another image flashed inside his head. This time, he was sitting before a table filled to the brim with food, but there was another individual there, sitting right beside him with an innocent smile on her face. Zither goddess. Once again, the Zither goddess has appeared before him in his memories. Whose memories are these? If it's the Zither goddess, perhaps Tian Kai. But why are they surfacing now? As Yuan pondered the implications of these memories, a voice resounded throughout the first floor. This is a notice to all patrons. Fairy Li Luoyang will be performing in 30 minutes, and for the next 60 minutes, the 30-minute fee will be raised to 10 spirit stones per person. She's finally here. I've waited all month for this moment. I barely managed to save up 20 spirit stones for her. Despite the exorbitant price tag, nobody in the establishment voiced complaints. On the contrary, many of them seemed exhilarated, their faces brimming with anticipation. Witnessing the excitement of those around him, Yuan also felt a rising sense of anticipation. 15 minutes later, Yuan noticed a particular individual entering the establishment, emanating the aura of a peak spirit king. He had mostly black hair with several strands of blue hair, and he had black eyes, looking vastly different than the Azure Dragon family had encountered in the ancient dragon city. Furthermore, he barely exuded the aura of a dragon. He's finally here. Liang Xiaosheng. Lightsvel he then observed Liang Xiaosheng take a seat right in the front, directly before the stage. Despite being an expatriarch, Liang Xiaosheng did not look any older than 40. Yuan began pondering how he should approach Liang Xiaosheng. Finally, the woman who had been playing music for the past hour concluded her performance and vacated the stage. A few moments later, the lights on the first floor abruptly dimmed. Suddenly, the sound of a zither echoed through the establishment, this time producing a few random notes. The very next moment, a figure materialized on the stage as if by spectral magic. She was a tall beauty adorned in a pink outfit that accentuated her generous curves. Hello, everyone. The woman greeted as she took a seat on the stage, placing a black zither on her legs. My name is Li Luoyang, and I will be entertaining you for the next hour. The entire place erupted with excitement with everyone cheering loudly for her. Fairy Li. You're as beautiful as ever. I love you, Fairy Li. While everyone was charmed by her beauty and elegance, Yuan was paying attention to something else. Third-level Spirit King? Her cultivation is quite impressive for a musician in this place. He hadn't anticipated the musician to be a cultivation expert, but it explained her high fees. Today, I will be performing a special piece, one that was passed down to me by my master 300 years ago. It's called The Old Dream, Li Luoyang announced. The Old Dream? Yuan mumbled, sensing an odd sense of familiarity with the name. C1285 Tan Songyun. Chapter 1285 Tan Songyun. 1285 Tan Songyun. Ding. Li Luoyang commenced the song with gentle, melodic notes before gradually intensifying the piece, all while maintaining the same tempo. Every movement her fingers made was bolstered by her cultivation, enhancing its impact and enabling her to produce notes that seemed to tangibly touch the depths of one's soul. She began singing a moment later, her soft voice sending chills down everyone's spine. Old memories are like a window. Once pushed open, it becomes difficult to close. In this old dream, the sound of your voice beckoned my soul. In the old dream, the sensation of your touch sent chills down my entire being. Yuan closed his eyes and indulged himself in the soft sound of Li Luoyang's voice. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun flowing down his cheeks. Gradually, more unfamiliar memories began flashing in his mind. He was seated in what looked like a restaurant, and his attention was drawn to the stunning young woman positioned on the stage at the room center. She was dressed in vibrant red robes, her long, flowing black hair cascading down her back, and resting on her legs was a worn-out Zither. Nonetheless, her Zither skills were far from exceptional. In fact, they were somewhat rigid and inexperienced. Despite this, she had a full audience, with most of them captivated by her beauty and attending solely for that reason. The young woman was aware that her audience wasn't there for her musical talents, and this weighed heavily on her heart. Nevertheless, she couldn't voice any grievances, as this was her sole means of earning a livelihood. She possessed remarkable endurance, having endured hours on the stage, continuously playing the Zither without any breaks. Upon concluding her performance, she rose to her feet and offered a bow to the audience. "Thank you all for joining us today," she expressed her gratitude. When the young woman got off the stage, the audience quickly surrounded her with pouches filled with money in their grasp. "Fairy Tan. Please accept this gratification. Marry me, Fairy Tan. I can promise you a life of happiness." Sorry, I have an appointment I must attend to now." The young woman hurriedly made her way through the crowd and, somehow, found herself standing right in front of Yuan's table. As the young woman walked past him, Yuan muttered, "The music was rather terrible, but your passion and dedication somewhat compensated for it." The young woman known as Tan Songyun abruptly halted her movement and turned to look at him with wide eyes. Despite Yuan's critical words, Tan Songyun didn't display any signs of anger. In fact, she seemed quite pleased, as it indicated that Yuan had paid attention to her music and wasn't there just for her beauty. However, she didn't linger and left shortly after. Over the next several days, Tan Songyun would not return to the public stage, but she was still working within the building, giving private performances to those who hired her. Whenever she moved about in the restaurant, she would notice Yuan sitting at the same table from time to time. Eventually, she gathered all the courage she had been building up for weeks and approached him, asking, "Excuse me, would you be willing to hire me for a session? One of my clients happened to cancel his appointment, so I have a free slot later tonight." "Huh?" Yuan looked at her with a slightly surprised face before uttering, "With your terrible skills? I'd rather not waste my money." His words left Tan Songyun absolutely gobsmacked, as she had never been rejected before, much less in such an embarrassing manner. However, before she could utter any response or storm away in anger, Yuan continued speaking, "Though, if you want, I'm willing to let you hire me." "You want me to hire you? For what?" Tan Songyun asked out of curiosity. "I'll teach you how to play the Zither." "You know how to play the Zither," she subconsciously muttered. "Lightsenville, if I didn't, why would I even bother asking?" Tan Songyun realized how dumb her question had sounded, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity for you. You have no idea how many people yearn for my guidance," he added. "I can assure you that a single lesson will transform your music." "Why me?" Tan Songyun couldn't help but ask, wondering if he was only trying to impress her and court her like the others. "Why?" "Because your skills are so terrible that I pity you." Yuan shrugged. "Is that so? Then tonight at midnight, come to the 3rd floor. I'll be in the room at the very end of the hallway," Tan Songyun said. "Midnight? If I don't accidentally fall asleep before then," Yuan casually said. "Then I will be waiting for you," Tan Songyun replied before walking away and resuming her work. Several hours later, precisely at midnight, Yuan ascended to the 3rd floor and made his way toward the room at the end of the hallway. "Come inside," Tan Songyun's gentle voice resounded from the room after he knocked on the door. Inside the room, Tan Songyun was seated on a small platform at the far end of the room, near the wall. "Welcome." Tan Songyun realized at this moment that she still hadn't learned of his name. After closing the door, Yuan spoke with a smile on his face, "Tian Kai, that is my name." Then, "Senior Tian, I'm looking forward to your guidance." Tian Kai then stated, "Before we proceed, I haven't yet disclosed my fee. Ordinarily, wouldn't one inquire about the price before making a purchase?" "How much for a session?" she asked a moment later. "That will depend on how much effort I'll take to teach you," so I won't know until then, but it won't be cheap. Tian Kai calmly replied without giving an answer. Tan Songyun couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive, as if she might be taken advantage of, but at the same time, she had this indescribable sense of curiosity toward him for some reason. Maybe it was his confident demeanor, his straightforward character, but it could also be something else. If he asks for an unreasonable amount, I could always refuse. It's not as though he could force me to pay him, she thought to herself as she nodded her head, accepting his guidance. C1286 Tian Kai. Chapter 1286 Tian Kai 1286 Tian Kai, let's begin the session. Tian Kai said as he walked up to Tan Songyun before taking a seat right in front of her. Play me one song. It doesn't matter which one. Tan Songyun nodded and randomly picked one of the songs she would play to the public. Tian Kai closed his eyes and listened in silence. Several minutes later, she asked him, how was it? Tian Kai opened his eyes and released a deep sigh, unbelievable. How did you manage to worsen your skills since your performance several weeks ago? What? It's worse? Tan Songyun was speechless. Play me a different song, Tian Kai requested a moment later. Okay. Tan Songyun proceeded to play a second song. This time, she selected a piece she was particularly confident in. However, Tian Kai's criticism only worsened. It's even worse than your last song. Good heavens, your talents are backwards. Tan Songyun was beginning to wonder if he was merely messing with her. She frowned and said, what am I doing wrong? Can you at least tell me that? Tian Kai didn't answer her question and instead said, play the song again. I'll show you. Is he doing this so he could experience my performance for free? She wondered inwardly as she played the same song again. Once again, it's gotten worse. Tian Kai shook his head at the end of the song. Tan Songyun could no longer bear it and frowned. Stop messing with me or I will call the guards and have you removed. Tian Kai shrugged. It's not my fault that you're thinking about useless things when you play the zither. What? Tan Songyun's face loosened a little after hearing his words. You're thinking too much. Clear your mind and play from your heart. Let your feelings guide your fingers, not your mind, he offered genuine advice for the first time. Clear my mind? That's easier said than done. There's no way I can do that so suddenly. Tan Songyun said. Then allow me to ask you one question. Why do you play the zither? He suddenly asked her. Why? To make a living, of course. Really? Even though there are plenty of other things you can do to earn money? Tian Kai looked at her with a doubtful gaze. Tan Songyun frowned and responded in a cold voice. What are you implying? That I should sell my body instead? You're no different from the other men. I'm disappointed in you. Leave. However, Tian Kai had a bewildered look on his face and said, how did you manage to misunderstand my few words so much? I'm impressed. Then what are you implying? I'm trying to say that you're lying. Tian Kai sighed. In what? Whether intentionally or not, you're lying to me, and more importantly, to yourself, by claiming you play the zither merely to make a living. I can discern what you cannot from the way you play the zither, Tian Kai remarked. You could have chosen to be a dancer, or even a songstress, yet you chose to play the zither despite the burden it puts on your heart. Burden. Tan Songyun looked at him with a puzzled face. When you played the zither publicly that day, you were disheartened throughout because the audience wasn't truly listening to your music. With your heart so heavy, it's no wonder your performance was so terrible. And if you were truly playing for the money, you wouldn't have such a burden in the first place. You. Tan Songyun was at a loss for words. She couldn't comprehend how he could see through her so clearly. It was as if he could read her mind. Those feelings, I want you to forget about them while you are with me because I am listening, so play the zither with that in mind. Unbeknownst to her, Tan Songyun began to cry. as she had always longed to hear such words, to know that someone was listening to her music. Without requiring any further instructions or another word spoken, Tan Songyun's fingers started to glide along the zither strings. What's this feeling? My shoulders, my hands, they feel so light, like feathers. For the first time, Tan Songyun was completely absorbed in her own performance with a clear mind. As the song neared its conclusion, Tan Songyun experienced a sense of regret, not wanting her newfound feeling to end. After the song concluded, Tan Songyun fell into a profound silence, her gaze fixed on her trembling hands that were reluctant to release the zither. Tian Kai's voice broke the silence a moment later. That was a little better than your public performance, but it's still terrible. What do you think? If you still want me to leave, I'll never show my face here ever again. When Tan Songyun heard his words, she immediately lifted her head and exclaimed, No. Please, stay here and listen to my music a little longer. She uttered with a rosy face. Tian Kai smiled and said, My ears can only handle so much, but if you improve with every song, I think I'll be able to endure it. Tan Songyun hastily nodded her head even though the idea of improving with every song was beyond her comprehension. Over the next hour, Tian Kai would continue to give her guidance, but he did not directly teach her how to play the zither, only allowing her to improve by herself. When she realized this, she asked him for the reason. Why? It's simple. I don't have the authority to take away your style, to take away what makes you unique. I am not teaching you because I want you to play like me. I want you to play your own zither. What makes me unique? Tan Songyun did not know how to respond to his reasoning. Anyways, let's end the lesson here. But I can keep on going. Tan Songyun quickly said. The more you try to force something, the less effective it will be. If you want to continue, we will do it another day. Then tomorrow. Same time. Sure. Oh. What about your payment? Tan Songyun suddenly remembered. Huh. Did you think my session would be finished so quickly? Until you can properly play the zither or you fire me, it will count as one session. Thank you. Tan Songyun said after snapping out of her daze. Without saying anything else, Tian Kai disappeared from her sight. And for the rest of the night, Tan Songyun would continue practicing the zither, imagining that Tian Kai was still in the room and listening to her the whole time. C1287 Tan Songyun's response. Chapter 1287 Tan Songyun's response. 1287 Tan Songyun's response. Huh? The handsome young man watching Tan Songyun's performance had a surprised look on his face as he listened to her zither performance. It actually sounds good? He cried inwardly. Tan Songyun was renowned for her lackluster zither skills and her outstanding beauty, so one could imagine his surprise when Tan Songyun's music actually sounded good. Once her song had concluded, the young man immediately began clapping with excitement. Amazing. Truly amazing, Fairy Tan. Your performance just now is incomparably better than just a few days ago. How did you improve in such a short amount of time? He inquired. I am presently receiving guidance from an expert, Tan Songyun shared without divulging too much information about Tian Kai. She wanted to keep their relationship a secret because her clients frequently expressed jealousy. Anyways, this is the end of our session. Thank you for always coming back to see me. Tan Songyun said with a beautiful smile on her face. The young man's face flushed with redness, and he said, Fairy Tan. Please wait a moment. He proceeded to retrieve a large case from his storage pouch and placed it before her. This is. Even without seeing the interior of the box, Tan Songyun had a good idea what this was about, as it wasn't her first time being in such a situation. The young man opened the box, revealing gold bars among other precious treasures. I love you, Fairy Tan. Please, marry me. I promise that you'll live a carefree life for the rest of your life. The young man declared with a solemn expression on his face. With a heavy expression on her face, Tan Songyun replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot respond to your feelings. Why? The young man expressed despair. Don't tell me, you already have someone in your heart? Tan Songyun suddenly visualized Tian Kai inside her mind, but she quickly tossed it aside and said, no, that's not it. Then for what reason are you rejecting me? I am simply satisfied with my current life and do not wish to start a family yet. Half of what she said was true with the other half being a lie, but even Tan Songyun herself couldn't tell which was which. I understand. However, I will not give up on you, Fairy Tan. If you're not ready now, I will wait until you are ready for a family. The young man said before making his way to the exit. Wait. Your treasures. Tan Songyun stopped him when he left behind the box of treasures. Consider it as a gift from me. And without any hesitation, he walked out of the room. Tan Songyun stared at the box of treasures with a hesitant look on her face. One on hand, it was a tremendous amount of money that would take her years of work to acquire, but on the other hand, if she accepted it, aren't you going to take it? He left it for you, after all. Tian Kai's voice suddenly resounded in the room, startling her. When did you arrive? She asked. I've been here for a while now. Are you ready to continue your lessons? Yes. After being told how much she's improved by all of her clients, Tan Songyun was more motivated than ever to improve her skills. And over the next several weeks, Tian Kai would show up every day at midnight without fail to give her guidance on the Zither. Throughout this period, Tan Songyun's Zither skills improved significantly, to the extent that she was no longer the worst performer in the establishment and had become the most skilled. As the days passed, Tan Songyun's gratitude toward Tian Kai grew even more profound, and before she knew it, her admiration had transformed into love, to the point where she couldn't spend a single hour without thinking about him. She wished for their current situation to continue indefinitely, but she was aware that their session would eventually come to an end, and she could sense that this time was drawing near. To extend their sessions, Tan Songyun eventually began deliberately slowing down her progress. Naturally, Tian Kai saw through her almost instantly. You aren't improving as you should. Is there something on your mind? He asked her one day. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, I've been thinking about leaving this place to pursue another career. Mo? Do you already have a plan? He inquired further. That depends. On what? On your response. Without explaining any further, Tan Songyun suddenly walked to sit right beside him, even leaning her body on him in an intimate manner. Once our lessons are finished, can I continue to be by your side? After a brief moment of silence, Tian Kai responded, that would be difficult. Tan Songyun could feel pain in her heart after hearing his words, almost as though someone was squeezing her heart with the intention of bursting it. Nonetheless, she still asked, why? He smiled and explained, firstly, I am a cultivator, and you are immortal. Such pairings hardly ever work out. Secondly, once our lessons conclude, I will need to return to the upper heavens, and I won't be able to be by your side all the time to protect you. Tan Songyun's eyes widened at his words, and she muttered, so you're not rejecting me? No, I am not, but I also cannot allow you to follow me. Then I will become a cultivator, one that will be strong enough to follow you, she exclaimed in a passionate voice. I swear I will do it no matter how long it takes. Tian Kai chuckled, I don't doubt your determination, but are you sure you want this kind of life? Normally, it's the man that's chasing after the woman, you know? In response to his question, Tan Songyun leaned in and pressed her soft lips against Tian Kai's. Does that answer your question? She asked him, her face flushed with redness. C1288 Let us meet each other again in the upper heavens. Chapter 1288 Let us meet each other again in the upper heavens. 1288 Let us meet each other again in the upper heavens. After kissing Tian Kai, Tan Songyun muttered, after this is over, I am going to leave this place. Where will you go? Tian Kai asked her. I'm going to walk the path of a cultivator and join a sect. Is that so? Being a cultivator isn't as easy as most mortals believe, you know. It's a path that's filled with blood and corpses. I am aware, but that won't stop me from chasing after what I love, what I desire. Tan Songyun suddenly stood up and pulled him towards the cold bed. Are you sure? Tian Kai asked her. As a private performer, Tan Songyun had been offered an immense amount of wealth by her clients in hopes of embracing her body, as that was a common interaction for those in her line of job. Despite the enticing amount of money that could let her live a life of luxury, she refused every single one of them and kept her body pure. I am sure. Tan Songyun nodded in a bashful manner. That night, Tan Songyun gave her innocence to Tian Kai, and they didn't stop until the following morning when someone knocked on her door. Fairy Tan, are you awake? Your client is already here. I'll be there in a moment. Tan Songyun quickly replied. However, she had no intention of attending that appointment. When will you leave this place? Tian Kai asked her as she got out of the bed to get dressed. Right now, she said, taking him by surprise. What? Right now? But what about your job? I'm quitting, and I'll be doing so without letting them know, as the owner surely won't be willing to let me quit, Tan Songyun declared. After all, she was the bread and butter of this establishment, their most successful and highest-earning performer. Without her, their revenue would drop by at least half. Given her value, the owner of the establishment would never allow her to leave so abruptly. And where will you be going after you sneak away from this place? Straight to the closest sect? It's too sudden. Are you even thinking this through? Tian Kai couldn't help but express his concerns. I don't know where I will go, but I have enough money to not worry about such things for now. I haven't decided on which sect to join yet, but I'll join one before I run out of money. Tian Kai rubbed his eyes and sighed. Are you really sure you want to do this? She stared at him with a resolute face and nodded. I won't repeat myself. I want to stay by your side, and I am willing to do anything to realize that dream. Tan Songyun realized that she might be moving a little too fast, especially since she barely knew Tian Kai, but she also knew how her heart felt about him and what it desired. Seeing how adamant Tan Songyun appeared, Tian Kai showed a defeated smile on his face. In that case, why don't you stay with me for a bit? Tan Songyun's eyes widened, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected offer. After all, our lessons are not finished yet, and since you'll be joining a sect, I've decided to teach you a little more than I had planned. After a slight pause with no response, he asked, You don't want to? Tan Songyun immediately snapped out of her daze and replied, I do. Please let me stay with you. Then you should start packing, he said with a smile. Tan Songyun didn't have much luggage. In fact, besides her zither, some clothes, and money, she had nothing else. Several minutes later, she was ready to leave. Okay, I am ready. Tan Songyun declared. Tian Kai nodded and walked to the window, opening it. Whenever you are ready, he said to her. We're leaving through the window. Unless you plan on disguising yourself, I don't see how you'll sneak out from the front door. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Lightsvel Tan Songyun nodded and walked over to him. When she got close enough, Tian Kai hugged her waist and jumped out of the window. Wah! Tan Songyun was so shocked that she forgot how to scream, but she quickly realized that they weren't falling down. Instead, they were going higher and higher toward the sky. You were flying? Why, you were an immortal cultivator all along? She exclaimed. You don't have to be an immortal to fly. Tian Kai laughed. Sometime later, Tian Kai descended by a river located within the mountain range, and there was a humble building constructed beside the river. I wasn't expecting to come all the way out here. Is this really where you live? Tan Songyun looked around with an amazed face. I travel often, so I usually make my own home. You don't like it? I do. I really like the atmosphere here. It's so peaceful and quiet. Thus began Tan Songyun's new life with Tian Kai. During the day, they would practice music together, and then during the night, they would express their love for each other. Back at the establishment Tan Songyun had snuck away from, there was widespread panic as they realized their top performer had vanished without a trace, and her clients became filled with depression. Naturally, they made efforts to search for her, but their attempts were in vain. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and before they were aware, Tan Songyun had stayed with Tian Kai for almost a year. During this time, he taught her some cultivation techniques for the Zither, even assisting her cultivation. Tan Songyun did not know it at that time, but Tian Kai had taught her extremely powerful and valuable techniques that would make even those in the upper heavens filled with envy. Then, right as they passed a year, to Tan Songyun's bewilderment, Tian Kai suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a note and some resources. I apologize for the abrupt disappearance, but something came up and I had to leave. Unfortunately, I will not be able to return for a while. I will be waiting for you in the upper heavens, Songyun. Despite leaving her alone so abruptly, Tan Songyun did not feel anger towards Tian Kai, as she had anticipated this day would eventually come a year ago. Yes, let us meet each other again in the upper heavens, my beloved. Tan Songyun mumbled as she pressed the note against her beating heart. C1289 Reschedule. Chapter 1289 Reschedule 1289 Reschedule, Tan Songyun. Yuan muttered in a low voice after Tian Kai's memories came to an end. Although Tan Songyun did not know of his reason for leaving, Yuan did. If the Celestial Emperor hadn't found him, he would have definitely remained by her side for as long as possible, he sighed inwardly. Nonetheless, he was quite shocked to learn of Tian Kai's relationship with Tan Songyun, who would eventually become known as the Zither goddess. Teacher and lover, huh? I wonder if she's still looking for me. Yuan wondered as Liu Woyang's performance reached its end. There were still many unanswered questions, such as how Tian Kai and the Zither goddess met in the first place, as he was told that they didn't know each other by Song Linger. He was told that the Zither goddess had been born 25,000 years ago while the god of music existed for millions of years. What if Song Linger had been talking about a different god of music? What if Tian Kai wasn't the god of music like had originally thought? These are questions that won't be answered until he finds the Zither goddess or regains more of Tian Kai's memories. Thank you all for coming here today to witness my performance. I will return next month and have hopefully improved my skills by then. Liu Woyang gave the audience a respectful bow, causing the place to erupt with cheering and encouragement. At the end of her performance, the light in the room slowly returned, and the workers there would go from table to table asking for payment. Coincidentally, Yuan's table was towards the exit, so Liu Woyang would be walking in his direction. When Liu Woyang got close enough, Yuan subconsciously muttered, "For your first song, you should slow down a bit on the 51st, 88th, 109th, 171st, and 182nd note. Speed up on the 17th, 27th, 49th, 82nd, 122nd, and 251th note." Liu Woyang halted her movements and glanced at Yuan with a shocked expression on her face. Even without Yuan's advice, Liu Woyang knew that she had misplayed several notes, but had also mentioned notes that even she didn't realize she had messed up. Her performance was nothing short of perfect to the audience and she's never received any complaints before, much less being corrected on a song that only she should know how to play, so one could imagine the surprise on her face. How does he? It's not as though I play the old dream often, either. And before she could respond, Yuan continued, "You're the Zither goddess disciple, aren't you? If you have some time later, I would love to have a chat with you." It wasn't a secret that Liu Woyang had received guidance from the Zither goddess, as it was part of her advertisement campaign, but with the way he spoke, Yuan made it sound like he didn't know before today. "Do you know my master?" Liu Woyang couldn't help but ask him. He nodded, somewhat. "And what was your relationship with her?" She continued inquiring. Yuan pondered for a moment and retrieved the soul-ensnaring Zither before responding, "Our relationship is a bit difficult to explain. That's the soul-ensnaring Zither. Why do you have something like that on you? Li Luoyang nearly dropped the Zither in her grasp when she saw the soul-ensnaring Zither, something owned by the Zither goddess. As far as she was aware, the Zither goddess had left the soul-ensnaring Zither in the lower heavens, and only those who could play it could receive it. Does that mean he can play it? Li Luoyang swallowed nervously at the thought of hearing the soul-ensnaring Zither sound, as she had tried to play it before and failed miserably. Seeing her expression, Yuan plucked one of the strings with a smile on his face. The moment he released the string, a heavenly note resonated throughout the building. Although it was just a simple, single note, it was filled with wonder and mystery. The sound sent chills down Li Luoyang's entire being. After a brief moment of silence, she asked him, "Do you have time now? I'd like to invite you to my room." Before he could even answer, Yuan felt a cold gaze behind his back. It was Liang Xiaosheng, and he was giving him deadly stares for some reason. However, such a question would be answered the very next moment. "Lady Li. You mustn't. You have a very important client today. He's from the Azure Dragon family." One of the workers there reminded her of her schedule. Li Luoyang sighed, "Young man, will you be staying here for long? Or you can come back later tonight when I am off work." "Unfortunately, I have somewhere else that I need to be, so I won't be here for long." Li Luoyang began to contemplate. She didn't want to offend the Azure Dragon family, especially since her client was their former patriarch. However, she had been dreaming of hearing a song from the soul-ensnaring Zither ever since she learned about it hundreds of years ago and didn't want to miss the opportunity. Eventually, she took a deep sigh, walked over to Liang Xiaosheng, and bowed. "I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience, but I would like to reschedule our session. As compensation, I will give you 3 hours of my time instead of just 1, and it'll be free of charge." Liang Xiaosheng wasn't someone who cared about money. He was more irritated at the fact that Li Luoyang had chosen Yuan instead of him. However, since it was difficult to make an appointment with her even for someone like him, he decided to not make a scene there and just accept his free sessions. After forcing a smile on his face, Liang Xiaosheng spoke, "Don't worry about it. I have nothing but time on my hands since my retirement and the compensation is more than fair." Meanwhile, Yuan sighed inwardly. Looks like it'll become even more difficult to take his ancient seal without fighting. C1290 Mysterious Beauty. Chapter 1290 Mysterious Beauty. 1290 Mysterious Beauty. After confirming her rescheduling with Liang Xiaosheng, Li Luoyang brought Yuan to her room on the 4th floor. Unsurprisingly, as the establishment's most popular and highest-earning performer, Li Luoyang's room took up half of the 4th floor. The interior of her room was simple yet elegant with decorations that were barely noticeable until Li Luoyang stood near them, enhancing her beauty. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Li Luoyang said to him as she took her usual seat by the platform. Yuan sat directly in front of her. "So, what would you like to know about my master?" Li Luoyang asked him. "Oh, just so you know, this information won't come for free. In return, I'd like you to play some songs for me with that soul-ensnaring Zither." "Of course." Yuan nodded. "Then, for my first question, do you know where the Zither goddess is now?" "No, but she visits the lower heavens once every few hundred years." "Do you think she'll visit soon?" "I doubt it since she visited 100 years ago." "I see. Then how did you become her disciple?" "Well, she was a patron at this establishment when I happened to be performing that day, and she approached me with the offer of guidance. I refused at first, unaware of her identity. Then, Li Luoyang raised her hand when Yuan tried to ask another question, and she said, "I'd like to hear a song before we continue." Without saying another word, Yuan placed the soul-ensnaring Zither on his lap and began playing with a gentle smile on his face. Li Luoyang's eyes widened with shock a few moments later. She only had to hear a few notes before she was convinced of his godlike skills. Yuan's music penetrated the walls and quickly filled the building, shocking everyone inside. When those outside the building heard the music, they rushed inside to take a glance at the performer, but to their disappointment, he was nowhere to be found. Who's that playing? Only Fairy Li would be this good. No. I have never heard this song before. Who else besides Fairy Li could perform like this? It's even coming from the 4th floor. What about that young man who went with her? She must have known about his skills, hence why she risked defending Senior Liang. Yuan's performance lasted only a minute, which was far from enough to satisfy the audience. Are you also her disciple? Li Luoyang asked him afterward. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I guess you can say that since she taught me how to play this zither. So she taught you. No wonder why you can play it, Yuan then asked. Can I ask my next question now? She nodded. Do you know anything about the Zither goddess relationship with the god of music? God of music? Li Luoyang raised her eyebrows, and she asked, which one? There's been many throughout the years. Someone named Tian Kai. Tian Kai. Sorry, I am not aware of any god of music by that name. Is that so? This confirmed Yuan's suspicion that Tian Kai was never the god of music. Lightsenville, if Tian Kai wasn't the god of music, who was he? And why was the Zither goddess absorbed in the god of music statue? Can you tell me what you know about the god of music? Not the people, but the title in general. Li Luoyang nodded, but she also pointed at his Zither. A moment later, heavenly music filled the establishment once more, attracting even more customers to the building. The music lasted a little longer this time, allowing the workers at the building to pinpoint the location it came from. It's definitely coming from Lady Li's room. How much would it cost to hire someone like him? The owner of the establishment muttered to herself as she pondered how much she was willing to pay. Once the music ended a few minutes later, Li Luoyang asked him, how long did it take you to reach that level of skills? A few years, he responded with a smile. Li Luoyang burst out laughing. That's a great joke. A few years, pfft. Anyone in her position might think that Yuan was joking, but if she knew that Yuan had only started playing the zither a year ago, she might consider giving up on playing herself. Anyways, the title of God of Music gets passed around quite often, so much so that it doesn't really matter nowadays. If you want it, you can challenge the current God of Music and snatch it from them. I think you'll have a good chance with your current level of skills. I'm not really interested in acquiring the title, he shook his head, and continued, another question. Do you know why the Zither goddess comes down to the lower heavens? I asked her this question before, and she told me that it's to visit her old home. Her old home, huh? The image of a certain building beside a river suddenly appeared inside Yuan's head. Wait a minute. The teleportation formation within the Zither goddess Immortal cave. Is that her method of transportation? Its existence would make much more sense if she used it to visit the lower heavens every few hundred years. Does this mean I have a good chance to find her in the 5th heaven? He suddenly came to this realization. Meanwhile, in the lower heavens, a veiled figure approached a certain building. Identity yourself. The guard at the gate stopped this person at the entrance. The figure removed the veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, and she spoke in a low voice, the soul-ensnaring Zither. I cannot sense its presence. What happened to it? Despite being startled by her shocking beauty, the guard managed to utter, it was taken. The woman frowned upon hearing this news, even emitting a subtle hint of killing intent. Who took it? I don't know, but it was with Master Zhou's approval since that person managed to play it. The woman fell silent after learning of this news, and her killing intent immediately vanished. Without saying a round word, the woman turned around and walked away, disappearing into thin air a moment later. Who was that? The guard muttered in a dazed voice, his mind ensnared by the woman's beauty. C1291 Zither Goddess Return. Chapter 1291 Zither Goddess Return. 1291 Zither Goddess Return. Master Zhou, regarding the recruitment, have you decided on your next disciple yet? A group of adults sat before Master Zhou, who was renowned as a top Zither expert in the lower heavens and also the previous owner of the soul-ensnaring Zither. Not yet. There are so many promising applicants, and I only have one slot left, so I am having a difficult time choosing. Master Zhou said as he calmly brushed his long, white beard. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and a veiled figure nobody there recognized walked inside. Who dares interrupt? An awe-inspiring and unparalleled presence enveloped the room, leaving everyone in a state of paralyzing awe and fear. While the room was filled with silence, the veiled figure walked to the center of the group and asked them in a cold voice, "Which of you is surnamed Zhou?" That would be me. Dare I ask your identity, senior? And why are you looking for me? Master Zhou raised his hands, which were still trembling in fear. The veiled figure then spoke. "The soul-ensnaring Zither that I had left in your ancestors' hands for safekeeping, why did you give it away?" The soul-ensnaring Zither? Impossible. You can't be the Zither goddess. Master Zhou exclaimed in utter shock as this realization dawned upon him. The veiled figure suddenly retrieved a thin-bladed sword and pointed it at Master Zhou's throat, yet nobody in the room dared to move a finger, their bodies still frozen in fear. "Answer my question," she demanded. "The soul-ensnaring Zither has been with my family for over 25,000 years, collecting dust all the while because nobody could play it," Master Zhou explained, and he continued, "I was never informed of its purpose, entrusted to us for safekeeping. Thus, I believe that if anyone possessed the ability to play it, they should rightfully inherit it." After a moment of silence, the veiled figure asked, "The person who inherited it?" "This Yuan. Where can I find him?" "I'm sorry, but I do not know. However, I know someone who may be able to answer your question, Zither goddess. Fei Yuan. She's a disciple from the Dragon Essence Temple. She was with Yuan, and they seemed quite close with each other." After another moment of silence, the veiled figure spoke, "Given your familial ties to my dear friend, I shall not chastise you for parting with my cherished Zither." Thank you, Zither goddess." "Stop it. Excuse me? That nickname. I never liked it." "Then how shall I address you, senior?" "By my name, Tan Songyun." After saying those words, Tan Songyun lowered her sword and walked out of the room before disappearing like a ghost. That was the Zither goddess? She's quite different from what I've heard. One of them whispered, his voice filled with bewilderment, long after her departure. "Right? I always thought she was a benevolent goddess," said another. "That was probably the Zither goddess from 25,000 years ago. People can change a lot in a year, much less thousands of years," another sighed. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Essence Temple. "Amazing. Fairy Fei, you've improved once again. I love you, Disciple Fei." After her performance ended, her audience at the Dragon Pavilion cheered like there was no tomorrow. Fei Yuan gave an elegant bow and said, "Thank you all. This will be all for me today. See you next month, Fairy Fei. I'll be waiting for you." Fei Yuan left the Dragon Pavilion shortly after and made her way back home. It's almost been a year since he left. What is he doing now? Where is he? Fei Yuan pondered about Yuan as she walked home. It's almost been a year since he left. What is he doing now? Where is he? Fei Yuan pondered about Yuan as she walked home. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted when a veiled figure descended from the sky and landed right in front of her. What? Fei Yuan jumped back after being startled. Are you Fei Yuan? Tan Songyun asked her without even giving her a chance to recover. When she arrived at the sect, the first thing that caught her attention was Fei Yuan's Zither performance, and after hearing the other disciples address Fei Yuan's surname through divine sense, she decided to approach Fei Yuan. Why yes. I am, but who are you? Fei Yuan asked. Then are you familiar with Yuan? Yuan. Fei Yuan was taken aback to hear his name just as she had been thinking about him. If this wasn't fate, what else could it be? I'm sorry, but you won't be able to find him here. Fei Yuan said a moment later. Where can I find him? I don't know, Fei Yuan shook her head. Once again, Tan Songyun retrieved her sword and pointed it at Fei Yuan. If you value your hands, I'd suggest you tell me the truth. Fei Yuan was dumbfounded, as she didn't expect her to get so aggressive so suddenly. Why are you looking for him? He has something that belongs to me. Sorry, but I really don't know. He left for the second heaven almost a year ago. Fei Yuan had no problem telling her the truth, as there was no way this mysterious woman could find Yuan with such a clue, and it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tan Songyun gritted her teeth in frustration after hearing this news. Second heaven? How troublesome. She cursed inwardly. Tell me everything you know about this Yuan. And what will you do when you find him? Fei Yuan asked. That's none of your business. Fei Yuan gritted her teeth and uttered, then I won't help you. You don't care about your hands? Without them, you'll never be able to play the Zither again. Tan Songyun swung her sword so quickly that Fei Yuan couldn't even see her movements, and the tiles around her suddenly had several sword cuts on them. However, despite the fear on her face, Fei Yuan remained resolute. You can take my life for all I care. I won't help you find Yuan if you're going to hurt him. Tan Songyun fell silent, leaving Fei Yuan to wonder about her expression hidden behind the veils. C1292 Zither Goddess Performance. Chapter 1292 Zither Goddess Performance. 1292 Zither Goddess Performance. I will not repeat myself. Either you answer my questions or your hands go. Tan Songyun spoke after a moment of silence. However, several figures suddenly appeared before them with their weapons already pointed at Tan Songyun. Who the hell are you? And why are you pointing your weapon at my disciple? Yuan, sect master of the Dragon Essence Temple, inquired in a demanding tone. Sect master. I don't know why, but she's inquiring me about Yuan. Fei Yuan said. Yuan? Yuan frowned upon hearing this familiar name. I don't care who you are or why you're looking for Yuan, but how dare you invade our sect and threaten one of our disciples? And what do you think you can do to me with your cultivation bases? Tan Songyun asked them as she used a movement technique, disappearing from her location like a ghost. When she appeared again, she was right behind Yuan with her blade pressed against his neck. I could take out all of you without breaking a single sweat. What? When did she get behind me? I couldn't see her movements at all even though she was right in front of me. Yuan cried inwardly. Sect master. Get away from the sect master, you fiend. The elders around them immediately released their cultivation bases. Tan Songyun released a sigh and unexpectedly lowered her weapon. Now! One of the elders shouted and suddenly attacked. Wait! Yuan tried to stop him, but he was too late. However, before the elder's weapon could even get close to her body, Tan Songyun's arm flickered, and the elder's weapon shattered like glass after being struck by a rock the very next moment. Before the elder could even process what had just happened, Tan Songyun used her other hand to grasp his neck, lifting him into the air like nothing. Please. Wait. Yuan cried out loud after seeing this. Nobody there dared to move a muscle, fearing that she might snap the elder's neck the moment they did. After a moment of silence, Tan Songyun swung her arm, flinging the elder to the side like garbage. She then said, the soul ensnaring Zither. Your friend took something that he wasn't supposed to, so I am looking for him. What? The soul ensnaring Zither? Fei Yuan's eyes widened with shock as she came to a realization. You can't be the Zither goddess? Tan Songyun removed her veil, revealing her beautiful face, and said, I don't like that nickname. Tan Songyun is my name. The place turned silent once again as everyone there tried to grasp the situation. Are you really the Zither goddess? Yuan couldn't help but doubt her identity. Tan Songyun glared at him and said, I don't have the time to entertain you. Tell me everything you know about Yuan and I will be on my way. If you play a song for us and prove your identity, I will tell you everything I know about Yuan. Fei Yuan said, and she continued with a resolute face, if not, I won't tell you anything even if you kill me. Tan Songyun sucked her teeth in an annoyed manner, yet she did not reject Fei Yuan's offer. She then beckoned at Fei Yuan, causing the Zither in Fei Yuan's arms to float towards her. With the Zither hovering in the air right before her chest, Tan Songyun immediately began playing the strings. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire sect changed, filled with heavenly music resonating through the air. Fei Yuan and the others near Tan Songyun could see illusions around her, almost as though a world had been materialized by her music. However, the music was cut short and stopped midway. It was such a blatant pause that it nearly made the audience puke out blood from anger. Why did you stop so suddenly? Fei Yuan demanded an answer with a frown on her face. I didn't come here to perform for you. I should have proved my identity with that much. Now, tell me about Yuan. And no. I requested for a song, not half a song. Fei Yuan did not want it to end there. Enough. Tan Songyun roared, her voice carrying some of her cultivation bass. Fei Yuan and those around her suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. My patience has run out. If you don't stop this nonsense right now, I will not hesitate to kill you. If you think you're my only option of finding Yuan, you can ignore my warning. All right. I apologize for overstepping my boundaries, Zither, Senior Tan. Your music was so good that I couldn't help myself. Fei Yuan sighed. I'll tell you everything I know about Yuan, but let's go somewhere more private. Fei Yuan turned to look at Juan and continued, It'll be fine, Sect Master. Thank you for everything. If you say so. Juan and the other elders left them alone shortly after. Fei Yuan brought Tan Songyun back to her own living quarters, where she explained her relationship with Yuan and everything she knew about him. Even if he's a genius, the soul-ensnaring Zither requires a unique technique that only I know to play, so how? Did he create another technique for it? That's absurd. Tan Songyun was not aware of teaching Yuan the technique, as that was something done by the soul-ensnaring Zither on its own accord. And that's all I know about him. I know it's not much, but it's good enough. Tan Songyun interrupted and immediately made her way for the exit. Wait. Fei Yuan suddenly stopped her. What do you want? I know this may be asking too much, but can you give me some advice on the Zither? How can I play like you? Fei Yuan asked. You want to play like me? Tan Songyun asked for confirmation. Yes. Fei Yuan eagerly nodded. Then you might as well quit playing the Zither. Fei Yuan's eyes widened at her unexpected response. Are you playing the Zither just to play like me, or are you playing it because you enjoy it? Everyone has their own style and uniqueness, and I don't have the authority to take that away from you. Tan Songyun retrieved a small book and tossed it at the dazed Fei Yuan. That will not teach you to play like me, but it might help you improve your own style, if you have the talents for it. Thank you, Senior Tan. I will not disappoint you. I'm not expecting anything from you. Tan Songyun said before disappearing from her sight. Though she may appear cold and ruthless at a glance, she's actually very kind and thoughtful on the inside. Fei Yuan sighed as she stared at the book in her hands. Yuan, good luck. C1293 Liang Xiaosheng. Chapter 1293 Liang Xiaosheng. Thank you, Lady Li, that's all of the questions I have for now. Yuan said to Li Luoyang sometime later. You're leaving already? Why don't you stay here a little longer to chat? This is my first time encountering someone taught by the Zither goddess other than myself. Li Luoyang looked a little sad after realizing that he was about to leave. I have other businesses to attend to, so I cannot stay for too long. One more song. You can leave after playing one more song. Li Luoyang raised a single finger on her hand and shoved it at his face. Yuan nodded with a smile and agreed, okay, I will play one last song. After taking a moment to ponder what song he wanted to play, Yuan began moving his fingers on the zither. This is... Li Luoyang's eyes widened with excitement when Yuan started playing the old dream. Now that she knew he had been taught by the Zither goddess, she wasn't surprised that he could play the song. Of course, Yuan didn't learn the song from the Zither goddess, nor did he recall it in Tian Kai's memories. After listening to it once, had completely ingrained it within his memories. As for how he managed to figure out Li Luoyang's mistakes during her performance, it was purely because of his own expertise and instincts. Li Luoyang's performance didn't sound wrong to him, but in his mind, it would sound better with his changes. Li Luoyang agreed with such changes, hence why she wasn't upset when he corrected her. At the end of the song, Li Luoyang muttered in a dazed voice, "It sounds even better than I remember." "Thank you," Yuan said with a smile on his face as he stowed away the zither. "Then you'll be leaving now. Will you visit this place again?" Li Luoyang then asked. "Honestly? Probably not, since I came here with a purpose." Yuan did not lie to her. "Is that so? That's unfortunate. However, if you ever feel like it or happen to be nearby, please visit us. I'd like to listen to your music again." "Of course." "Oh. One more thing. I never got your name." "It's Yuan, and do you mind if I leave through your window? I don't want to deal with the crowd outside." "Sure thing." Li Luoyang chuckled. After leaving through the window, Yuan did not wander too far away from the building, and he began to ponder what he should do with Liang Xiaosheng and his ancient seal. Fortunately, he had been keeping track of Liang Xiaosheng's location through divine sense this entire time, so he didn't need to wait for him to return to the Tunes of Heaven's establishment. However, there was a bigger problem. How should I approach him without making him want to punch me at a glance? After what had transpired with Li Luoyang, he was certain that Liang Xiaosheng had been offended and felt humiliated by the rescheduling, so he couldn't just approach Liang Xiaosheng as nothing had happened. After pondering for some time, Yuan eventually came up with a somewhat risky plan. It may be risky, but if everything goes right, I won't need to fight him for the ancient seal. Yuan disappeared from the streets to prepare for his meeting with Liang Xiaosheng. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaosheng was drowning himself in alcohol at a nearby restaurant as he waited for his appointment with Li Luoyang. That goddamn bastard. Which rat hole did he crawl from? How dare he humiliate me in front of everyone and force Lady Li to choose between us? I'll skin him alive the next time I see him. Liang Xiaosheng slammed his cup on the table, causing the entire restaurant to tremble. However, despite the disturbance he was causing, nobody approached him, as he was a well-known individual within the city, so everyone knew his identity. After consuming alcohol non-stop for several hours, Liang Xiaosheng paid the bill and left the restaurant, feeling a bit drunk. The moment he stepped outside the restaurant, he sensed an unfamiliar yet overwhelming aura coming from outside the city. When he sensed his aura, his eyes widened with shock, and the slightly drunk expression on his face became completely serious. What a powerful presence. And this aura, it can't be. In order to confirm his doubts, Liang Xiaosheng immediately flew towards the aura's direction. Sometime later, Liang Xiaosheng halted his movements when he saw a figure hovering above the trees in the distance. This figure was draped in a full-length black robe with long, flowing golden hair cascading down the back, and their face was concealed behind an ordinary-looking mask. It was evident to even the most oblivious observer that the individual before them was far from ordinary. Liang Xiaosheng's body trembled when he noticed the details on his clothing. That appearance. That aura. The golden dragon robe? What is something like that doing down here? What is a dragon emperor in the third heavens? Unsurprisingly, Liang Xiaosheng came to such a conclusion. He hailed from a prominent dragon clan where such information is common knowledge. I was told that some people from the upper heavens would be showing up in the lower heavens, but I wasn't expecting to meet any dragon emperors. he cried inwardly. Shortly after Liang Xiaosheng's arrival, Yuan slowly turned around to glare at him with a serious atmosphere around him. "Who the hell are you?" Yuan asked in a cold voice, pretending not to know him. Liang Xiaosheng subconsciously lowered his head in submission and responded in a respectful voice, "This lowly one is from the Azure Dragon family, and my name is Liang Xiaosheng." "One of the 4 ancient families, huh? And what does the Azure Dragon family want from me?" Yuan suddenly activated Dragon's Gaze to scare Liang Xiaosheng a little more and to erase any doubt Liang Xiaosheng had of his identity. Dragon's Gaze? Liang Xiaosheng nearly crapped his pants when confronted by its terrifying pressure. The Azure Dragon family has nothing to do with this. I was coincidentally in a nearby city when I sensed your impressive aura, so I decided to check it out. "I'm sorry if I had disturbed you," Liang Xiaosheng shouted in a terrified voice. Seeing Liang Xiaosheng's reaction, Yuan deactivated Dragon's Gaze and retrieved his aura, allowing Liang Xiaosheng to breathe properly. C1294 Treated Like Royalty. Chapter 1294 Treated Like Royalty. After a moment of silence, Liang Xiaosheng said, "Once again, I sincerely apologize if my curiosity had disturbed you. If my presence isn't wanted here, I will immediately leave." Faced with a dragon emperor from the upper heavens, he attempted to distance himself from the situation. Even as a member of the 4 ancient families, he felt like a commoner in the presence of a true dragon emperor. Wait. However, Yuan did not let him off so easily. "Since you're here, you might as well stay for a little longer, especially since you're from the Azure Dragon family. I happen to know someone from your lineage in the upper heavens." Yuan approached Liang Xiaosheng, who was visibly tense and nervous. In the presence of a dragon emperor, even a seasoned expert of over 1,000 years might feel as vulnerable as a child. When he was close enough, Yuan released a somewhat surprised and puzzled noise. "Are you really from the Azure Dragon family, of dragon bloodline?" "Why yes. I am definitely from the Azure Dragon family. Unfortunately, our bloodlines in the lower heavens are quite weak and lacking, especially when compared to those in the upper heavens." Liang Xiaosheng retrieved a medallion to prove his identity afterward. "Is that so? That explains why I can barely sense the aura of a dragon from you," Yuan muttered. "How pitiful." Liang Xiaosheng cried inwardly at Yuan's rude remarks, yet he did not dare utter any complaints and even pretended as though they were compliments. "Anyways, is your family nearby?" Yuan suddenly asked. "Huh. They are, but why do you ask, Your Majesty? I'd like to witness how the Azure Dragon family operates in the 3rd heaven, or would that be too troubling? I am a stranger to your family, after all." "Of course not. It's no trouble at all, Your Majesty. It'd be an honor to grace our family with the presence of a dragon emperor." Liang Xiaosheng's eyes lit up when he heard Yuan's words. This is working out pretty well, Yuan thought to himself. As much as he wanted to get the ancient seal from Liang Xiaosheng and disappear as quickly as possible, he couldn't move too hastily or be too direct, or his ulterior motives would be exposed in the blink of an eye. However, Liang Xiaosheng suddenly continued, "Your Majesty, aren't you busy at the moment? According to what I've been told, those coming from the upper heavens have some kind of assignment." "Yes, and I've been working for months without any breaks now, so I've decided to take a day or 2 off. If you are worried about me being punished for slacking off, you should worry for those who spent 6 months in the Nameless Emperor's tomb first." "And my apologies, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to, it's fine." Yuan shook his head. "Then allow me to guide you to our humble estate," Liang Xiaosheng said. Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow him. While he traveled with Liang Xiaosheng, Yuan notified Xiaohua and Lan Yingying that he would be gone for a little longer than expected and not to be worried about him since he was fine. Several hours later, Liang Xiaosheng entered a valley located several thousand miles away from North Wind City. Somewhere along this valley was a concealment formation that hid a separate path from the main path. This path obviously led to the Azure Dragon family, and it was only accessible by someone with the Azure Dragon family's medallion. As they stepped into the formation, it felt like they had entered a completely different realm. The path was lined with medicinal herbs and other exotic plants, leading them to the sprawling estate at the far end of the pathway. Although they were still quite far away from the mansion, Yuan could already see people gathering outside in a large formation. Once they arrived at the mansion, these people shouted in unison, "Welcome to the Azure Dragon family, esteemed Dragon Emperor. Welcome back, Senior Liang." Naturally, Liang Xiaosheng had notified his family of their arrival through his communication jade slip. He did not want to risk screwing up their chance of befriending a Dragon Emperor, who could potentially usher them into a new age. "I appreciate the effort, but I actually dislike crowds," Yuan calmly said, as he did not want to deal with more people in his current situation. Is that so? My apologies. I will send them away immediately." Liang Xiaosheng then beckoned for them to leave. The Azure Dragon family looked puzzled after being sent away, but they didn't dare to question it and immediately dispersed except for one person, the current patriarch of their family. "This is my son and the current patriarch, Liang Dishan." Liang Dishan stepped forward and bowed. "It's an honor to meet you, Dragon Emperor. If there's anything you need from this one, don't hesitate to call for me." Yuan silently nodded. "Then allow me to show you around," Liang Xiaosheng said a moment later. Yuan didn't say anything and silently followed him inside the building. Using his divine sense, Yuan could see several hundred people inside and within the vicinity of the mansion, with about a third of them giving off a similar aura as Liang Xiaosheng. Wherever they went, the people there would stop whatever they were doing to lower their heads to Yuan, treating him as though he was real royalty. As the Azure Dragon family treated him with such reverence, Yuan couldn't help but realize the significance and importance of Dragon Emperors. Their status seemed to surpass even the family's own revered ancestors. After showing Yuan around the mansion, Liang Xiaosheng eventually brought him to the guest room. "Your Majesty, might I propose a moment of respite? Is there a particular dish or libation that might pique your interest?" "Regrettably, our provisions may not rival those of the upper heavens, but we shall exert every effort to provide you with satisfaction." Despite being a retired patriarch, Liang Xiaosheng's servant-like attitude rivaled real servants. "I'm not particularly picky, so I'll have whatever you got to offer," Yuan said. "As you wish." Liang Xiaosheng immediately called over a servant and basically requested a feast. Liang Xiaosheng, being a dragon himself, was well aware of their penchant for food. Thus, he believed that providing a sumptuous feast for a single Dragon Emperor wouldn't be too extravagant. C1295 Traitor. Chapter 1295 Traitor. While they waited for the food, Yuan asked Liang Xiaosheng, "Tell me a little about your family's history." Liang Xiaosheng quickly replied, "Our family has a lineage dating back to the primordial era. If there's any specific aspect you'd like to learn about, please feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to provide the information." Yuan clarified, "I'm interested in the history of this specific branch of your family, not your entire family lineage." "Oh, if that's the case, then our Azure Dragon family came down to the third heaven shortly after the divine heavens was split into 9 separate realms at the end of the Immortal Monarch's era." Liang Xiaosheng continued in a dispirited manner, "Well, when I say we came down, it's more like we were exiled by the main branch. Our bloodlines were considered weak and unfit to stay in the upper heavens, so we were basically cast out." Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Do you hold a grudge against the main branch for their decision? For kicking you down here?" Liang Xiaosheng immediately shook his head, "Of course not. That'd be outrageous. We bear no grudge against the main branch because we understand that our own limitations led to our exile down here. Compared to those in the main branch, we're practically just humans with unique features. We simply don't deserve to remain up there. Moreover, if someone with a strong bloodline is born in our family, we can always send them to the upper heavens, where they can receive proper nurturing. So, we're not completely confined to the lower realms. Another idea came to Yuan when he heard such words, and he asked, what if, and this is purely just me thinking out loud, but what if I could improve your bloodline and help you ascend? Liang Xiaosheng's eyes widened with shock and disbelief after hearing Yuan's words, not because he did not believe Yuan had the capability but because he didn't think there was any reason for Yuan to do something like that for them. If your majesty would be willing to bless our unworthy family with such a chance, would be forever in your debt. It has been over 200,000 years since someone from their family was talented enough to be accepted by the main branch, so Liang Xiaosheng couldn't let such a chance get away. Yuan did not immediately respond and waited for a few moments before opening his mouth. What I am about to tell you must be kept a secret. Yuan said. Of course. I swear upon my bloodline that I will not utter a word to anyone. Liang Xiaosheng immediately agreed with the solemnity that reflected the deep significance of a beast's oath. To a beast, their own bloodline held a significance akin to a soul for humans, and when a beast swore upon their bloodline, it became an unbreakable bond, even in the face of life-threatening challenges. Yuan then asked, do you know my purpose for coming down here? According to my sources, those who came from the upper heavens are looking for a certain individual. Liang Xiaosheng said. Yuan nodded and said, indeed. A criminal so dangerous that he's wanted by the Celestial Emperor himself. However, that is not the only reason I came down here. The ancient seal holders. As someone from the 4 ancient families, I'm sure you are well aware of their existence. Of course. They are responsible for guarding the ancient seals used for opening the primordial realm, a dangerous realm crawling with criminals. But how are they related to your mission? As an ancient seal holder himself, Liang Xiaosheng had to inquire. Rumor is, there is a traitor amongst them, and they plan on opening the primordial realm. What? Liang Xiaosheng exclaimed in a shocked voice. That's impossible. I am aware of how unbelievable it sounds, but that's what I was told, hence why I am down here to investigate the Azure Dragon family. Honestly, I was pretending to not know your identity at first so that I could watch you without arousing suspicion, but now that I am here, I realize there's a better way to do this. Liang Xiaosheng, one of 4 ancient seal holders, allow me to ask you. Do you still have your ancient seal on you? I want to see it. Yuan glared at him. Liang Xiaosheng swallowed nervously, and after a moment of silence, he inquired in a trembling voice, I apologize for my impertinence, Dragon Emperor, but could you please share with me which family you belong to? Yuan narrowed his eyes and muttered in a cold voice, you dare doubt my identity? I wouldn't dare. However, as an ancient seal holder, I cannot expose my ancient seal to anyone who doesn't have the authority, even if they are a Dragon Emperor. Please understand my position here, Your Majesty. The room fell silent as Yuan tried to think of a way out of this. Shit. Did I act a little too quickly? If I screw up here, he'll know that I am a fake. If his identity becomes exposed, he would have to fight his way out of there and take the ancient seal by force, which he was confident in doing without much effort, but he did not want to harm Liang Xiaosheng and his family. Your Majesty. Liang Xiaosheng started doubting Yuan's identity. Fuck it. It's all or nothing. In the end, Yuan decided to take a gamble and responded in a confident voice, and with the Shi family. The Shi family. Liang Xiaosheng's expression became filled with shock, his body frozen with fear. My deepest apologies. This foolish one did not fathom Your Majesty's affiliation with the venerable Shi family. Liang Xiaosheng immediately dropped to his knees and performed a series of kowtows. His reaction took Yuan by surprise. Does the Shi family also have influence in the 9 heavens? He wondered about the extent of their authority and where the Shi family was located in the 9 heavens. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.